Chapter 965. The figures of Yang Chen's 5 people suddenly appeared in an empty place. And Yang Chen almost did not hesitate to call out the golden bell, and the figures of himself and the 4 women were all enveloped in it. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, just after all this was done, the surroundings suddenly shook, and there were more than a dozen spiritual power waves in all directions, regardless of the 5 people in the center. Boom boom boom, in a series of roars, all the spiritual power waves were all taken by the 2 dragon shadows of the golden bell, making a violent sound. The spiritual power waves had just ended, and dozens of sword shadows appeared. On the golden bell, there was a jingling sound. With the protection of the golden bell, this level of attack could not hurt Yang Chen's skin at all. At this point, how could the 4 women still not understand that they had entered a secret plane? However, what was strange was that this secret plane was refined by someone, and even the people who entered the secret plane were so powerful. The more it was like this, the more exciting it was. The heavily protected secret plane could only be said that there was more exciting wealth inside. The ancient key indicated that after entering the secret plane, they would be attacked by an array. This array should be the secret array of Taishanmen. At least in the memory of Yang Chen, there was no trace of this array. If they didn't know the name, they couldn't crack this array in a normal way. The only way left was to crack it by force. The power of this array was even stronger than the 7-step enchantment array of Yang Chen's Shangyang Mountain Medicine Garden. The Yuanying stage masters, if they were a little unprepared, they would die under the array. It was a pity that whether it was the spiritual power attack or the flying sword attack, they encountered Yang Chen, this abnormal, crazy attack under the protection of the golden bell. There was no place for them to use their skills. Yang Chen protected the 4 women and walked in a certain direction under the state of constant attacks. As long as they were out of the range of this array attack, they would naturally not be attacked. The idea was good, but putting it into practice was not so easy. The array itself had the function of restricting the actions of the people in the array. Yang Chen had to protect the 4 women, so naturally, he couldn't walk recklessly, so the speed of his movement was very slow. In fact, the best way was to let the 4 women enter Yang Chen's medicine garden, and then let Yang Chen break this spirit array by himself. However, whether it was Yang Chen or the 4 women, they all wanted to enjoy the process of being together and cultivate some tacit understanding. This way of letting one person bear the pressure was not what they wanted. Under the protection of Yang Chen, the 4 women even had the idea of honing their cultivation in this spirit array. Yang Chen had no objections to this. Cultivation was about experiencing all kinds of situations, and the situation before him was just right. Anyway, if they see something wrong, they can hide in the protective circle of Yang Chen's golden bell, and their lives are not in danger, so the 4 women are also relaxed. Everyone is not in a hurry, so they simply cultivate here. It must be said that the power of this spirit array, which even Yang Chen had never heard of, was far more powerful than the 7 steps enchanted killing formation. Among the 4 women, Shishanshan, who had the most powerful cultivation base, could only hold on for less than half an incense stick of time, and had to return to the golden bell circle of Yang Chen. Shishanshan used the flying sword to fight against the opponent's sword array, and also applied the method of breaking the array by brute force. Perhaps because of the lack of material and grade of the flying sword, it could not be used for a long time. When Shishanshan's life source flying sword was successfully refined, maybe this situation would change. Gao Yu and Sun Qingxue were in a similar situation, but they persisted for a shorter time. On the contrary, Gong Sunling, who had the mountain river geographical map to protect her, was the most relaxed one in the spirit array. Such a rare opportunity, everyone did not want to give up. Even Gong Sunling intentionally or unintentionally opened the protection of the mountain river geographical map to the lowest, and carefully experienced the reaction under the attack of the spirit array. There was a continuous spiritual power attack, and there were dozens of high-quality flying swords flying around. It was as if everyone was besieged by dozens of people. Such an experience, the 4 women had never had before, and all of them were excited. They would not hide in the golden bell circle of Yang Chen without exhausting themselves. This spirit array was not a simulated attack. If they were careless, they would end up injured. When they were tired, almost all of the 4 women were stabbed by the flying sword. Fortunately, their own reaction was not slow, and Yang Chen's protection was timely, so there was no danger. But minor injuries were inevitable. Fortunately, everyone's cultivation base was profound, and Yang Chen's medicinal pills were excellent, so they did not worry about these minor injuries at all. However, Yang Chen was a little dumbfounded. Originally, they came to the secret plane to hunt for treasures. How did it suddenly become cultivation? He also had a way to get out of the scope of this spirit array, but now he was ordered by the four ladies to stay in place to provide protection for them, so that they could absorb this kind of combat experience of being besieged. Soon Yang Chen figured it out. Going to the demon continent was originally for them to increase their actual combat experience. Now such an opportunity could be regarded as a rehearsal before going to the demon continent. Anyway, this kind of cultivation was only good for the four women and there was no harm. Yang Chen only needed to take care of them so that their lives would not be in danger. The four women made rapid progress. As they became familiar with this attack method day by day, the time the four women lasted was getting longer and longer. From the beginning, they couldn't even support half an incense stick of time, to now nearly an hour of full attack and protection. They were not at a disadvantage, which was really a huge improvement. It was estimated that if it weren't for this kind of all-out attack that consumed too much spiritual power and caused spiritual power to be exhausted, the four women could persist for a longer time. On the other hand, Yang Chen's spiritual power had been supporting the protective circle of the Golden Bell, which made the women a little surprised. Especially Shanshan, who thought that even if the difference between her and Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation was limited, she only saw the gap now. Of course, Yang Chen was not saying that he was hundreds of times stronger than them, but in this case, he didn't have to fight with all his strength, and he had the spare power to replenish his spiritual power. The real all-out battle would only last a few hours longer than them. At this point, in fact, the purpose of cultivation has been achieved, and it doesn't make much sense to continue. If you want to improve your spiritual power cultivation, you can't improve it by fighting. Finally, after an all-out battle, the four women all stopped this kind of cultivation. Yang Chen no longer had any scruples. The Golden Bell was under the attack, and under great pressure, it slowly moved to the periphery of the formation. With Yang Chen's power to turn the river, no matter how big the resistance was, it was only a little troublesome for Yang Chen. As soon as they left the scope of the formation, all the attacks disappeared. The four women cheered and began to look at the secret plane carefully. Chapter 966. The location where everyone was at the beginning, or the location where they were transported to the secret plane by the formation, was a huge hall. The hall had a radius of hundreds of feet, and the floor and ceiling were all densely covered with formation patterns. Yang Chen and others forcibly left the scope of the formation, and the flying sword was also quiet, distributed in the pattern on the ceiling, as if it was part of the pattern. As early as when the women attacked and cultivated, Yang Chen had already counted those flying sword. There were a total of 9981. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's Golden Bell, such a powerful protective magic weapon, it would not be easy to deal with the attack of this sword formation and protect the women. Perhaps after Yang Chen's Great Yin Yang 5 Elements flying sword was completed, the Great Yin Yang 5 Elements sword formation could easily block this attack and even destroy the opponent's flying sword. The spiritual power wave attack that entered the formation at the beginning was estimated to let the people who entered the formation display the means to break the formation. If it was a real Taishanman descendant, he would know how to crack this formation. Unfortunately, Yang Chen and others could only resist it. In addition to this hall, there was an exquisite aisle, which was more appropriate to use as a passage. On the opposite side of the passage, at the other end of the formation, there was a large horizontal crack in the wall, extending for a long time. The passage was very wide, and the 5 people of Yang Chen's family walked side by side without feeling crowded. However, Yang Chen and the 4 women still moved forward cautiously. They couldn't help it. As soon as they came in, who knows if there was any formation mechanism inside. In short, there was no big mistake in being careful. There was no danger all the way in. Walking through the passage, there was an oval square. This large square was several times larger and several times higher than the square they came in. Around the square was a circle of rooms, and there was nothing else. Yang Chen let the women stay in place, and he walked around the square and the door of the rooms, and there was no attack. And Yang Chen's spiritual awareness did not find any danger in this area, so he boldly lifted the alert. Thinking about it, this was a secret property left to the younger generation, not a place full of traps. With the array at the gate, the masters of the Darching stage could not escape death if they came in. There was really no need to guard against it. Seeing Yang Chen's gesture indicating that it was safe, the girls cheered and rushed to the surrounding rooms. Needless to say, these rooms were the concentration of wealth in the secret plane, and it was just the right time to plunder them. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. The 4 women were his wives. It was the same to Yang Chen no matter who got the things. There was no need to disturb the happiness of the 4 wives at this time. And Yang Chen was very sure that in this ancient secret plane, the 4 women would not know most of the things, so in the end, they would definitely come to Yang Chen to ask for advice. Sure enough, none of the 4 women had the thought of keeping everything for themselves. They just moved out all the things in the rooms. "Hey, master, please come and see what these things are." Seeing Yang Chen staying in the big square and waiting for the women to move out the things, Sun Qingxue immediately pouted and began to complain. Yang Chen smiled and pulled Sun Qingxue into his arms. For a moment, he twisted Sun Qingxue's little jade nose, and then smiled and said, "Good things will not run away, I just have to wait, why do I have to be so tired?" Among the 4 women, Sun Qingxue was the youngest, and only she would act like a spoiled child with Yang Chen. Gao Yu was Yang Chen's master, and Gong Sunling was his senior apprentice sister. It was almost impossible for the 2 women to do this kind of thing when there were others. Shanshan was even colder, unless she was alone with Yang Chen, otherwise she must have this kind of face. It had to be said that the resources in this secret plane were still very coveted. Just the batch that the 4 women first plundered had a lot of good things. There was a pill room with a lot of medicinal pills that had been successfully refined. Unfortunately, the time was too long, and the other party did not have such a good thing as the medicine-nourishing gourd. Generally, after 10,000 years or so, these medicinal pills basically had no medicinal effect. Obviously, this secret plane had experienced a longer time, and those medicinal pills had completely turned into ashes. It was a lot of jade bottles that were used to hold the medicinal pills, which were simple and elegant, exquisitely carved, and looked very good. There was also an alchemy furnace in the pill room. The shape was slightly different from the current one, and it looked like a good thing. It's just that Yang Chen didn't put it in his eyes, but some of the materials of the alchemy furnace were good, and they could be used to smelt in the profound spirit furnace to improve the quality. In addition, there were dozens of jade slips in the pill room. The women couldn't understand the words recorded in the jade slips, so they could only give them to Yang Chen. Yang Chen swept with his spiritual awareness and immediately smiled and said, "Good things, ancient pill recipes. Some of the medicinal pills have been improved, but some have been preserved to this day." Among these jade slips, there were no less than hundreds of pill recipes recorded. Some of the pill recipes and some of the current medicinal pills were overlapped, the names were slightly different, and then there were some subtle differences in the amount of some medicinal pills. For Yang Chen, these were only for reference. There were only a few dozen pill recipes that Yang Chen had never seen before, and he could refine them to try the effect in the future. The pill room was emptied, and the other room was also cleaned out. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a refining room. Now everyone refining magic weapons, they all use their own refining methods, but basically rely on their own spiritual power to polish. This refining room was indeed a bit special. There were even some seemingly mortal blacksmith's furnace bellows and anvils and hammers. In the furnace, there was also an elemental energy gathering formation and a unique kind of golden crow heavenly fire. This kind of 6th grade fire seed could smelt most of the materials in the world and was the most suitable fire seed for refining magic treasures. Even the bellows was a magic weapon. As long as it was stimulated with spiritual power, it could continue to urge the golden crow heavenly fire, and the fire could also be controlled. What made Yang Chen most amazed was that in addition to these, there was a whole set of fine carving tools, axes, chisels, carving knives and so on, everything was available. All of these tools were made of a very rare type of Tai mixed element steel. This kind of Tai mixed spirit steel, The material was almost harder than any material Yang Chen had ever seen, but it was not tough enough, but it was the best material for making tools. Using this kind of Tai mixed spirit steel tool to make a magic weapon, it would not leave the owner's aura in it at all. If Yang Chen didn't have Xiao Tian to swallow the spirit, this set of tools was the best thing to make a magic weapon. Chapter 967. More importantly, the Tai mixed essence steel could slightly carve the dragon horn. With this alone, this set of things couldn't be someone else's, except for Gaou, no one could use it. Of course, it was just a slight carving, it was impossible to do this kind of thing. But even so, it also made the difficulty of Gaou refining the dragon horn flying sword a little lower, and the success rate increased a lot. Next to the refining room was a storeroom. All kinds of refining materials were piled up in a whole room, stored in categories. Some wood and stone materials, after being stored for tens of thousands of years, had decayed and weathered, and could not be used at all. Only those with a metal texture were left. However, many of the metals were also rusty, and it was impossible to see their original appearance. After Yang Chen's identification, many metal materials were recognized. Some of them could actually be used in the refining of Gaou Shishanshan and Sun Qingshue's life source magic weapon, and the effect was better than the general auxiliary materials. At this point, it could barely be regarded as a small gain. The room where the materials and medicinal herbs were stored was quite large, each occupying more than half of the room on both sides. The remaining room stored a lot less things. However, seeing the thousands of jade slips in a room, Yang Chen's face finally showed a smile. Many of the ancient inheritances, after experiencing constant development and changes and some accidental additions and deletions or accidents, there were not many left to the present. These things were enough for Yang Chen to study the original appearance of many things, including various cultivation methods, formations, etc. After development and changes, some were developing in a more reasonable and optimized direction, but some were really regressing or lost. All the jade slips were recorded in ancient characters. Except for Yang Chen, the four women didn't know any of them. They could only wait for Yang Chen to finish translating and then read it. Yang Chen even found a detailed explanation of the formation at the door in the jade slip. After quickly translating it, he handed it over to Gong Sunling and asked her to figure out how to collect it. Not to mention anything else, the offensive power of this formation was very strong, especially the 81 flying swords, which were also very good items and worth collecting. After everyone had searched and collected almost everything, the girls discovered that there were actually 2 rooms that couldn't be opened. The room was locked by some kind of strange array. Even Gong Sunling could not recognize what kind of array it was. However, there was one thing that could be determined. If these 2 formations were to be forcefully opened, perhaps the things stored in the room would be completely destroyed. The eyes of all the women looked at Yang Chen. If anyone among the 5 of them could open these 2 rooms, it would definitely be Yang Chen. Looking at the 2 strange arrays, Yang Chen could not help but frown. He had never seen these 2 formations before. He had no choice but to carefully search for clues from those jade slips. A large number of jade slips had been collected. Fortunately, when everyone was collecting them, they were sorting them out according to their original locations. This gave Yang Chen a chance to find them quickly. There was an area with jade slips for cultivation methods, which were probably not recorded here. There was an area with an array, which was likely to have the description of the 2 arrays. But Yang Chen looked around, but he couldn't find the jade slips that recorded the 2 arrays. After thinking about it, he couldn't figure out the reason. Before, it was the 4 women who picked up the jade slips, and Yang Chen just waited in the middle of the square like a big master. Now, Yang Chen had to go to the room where the jade slips were stored in person. It was a study room. In addition to a jade desk and chair in the center, the rest were jade bookshelves, which were still well preserved. The girls only cleaned up the jade slips on the bookshelves before, but they ignored the things on the desk. Yang Chen walked to the desk. There was a complete set of 4 treasures of the study on it, but the pen, ink, and paper had become ashes, leaving only an inkstone. There was a black jade pen holder, and the pen inserted in it had become flying ash. These ashes piled up a thick layer on the table, burying the entire table under it. With a wave of his hand, All the dust on the table was swept away by Yang Chen. Then, Yang Chen saw the smooth jade table, engraved with thousands of words almost the size of rice grains in the center. It was more appropriate to say that it was a text, but it was more like a poor painting. When the four women came in and explored with their spiritual awareness, everyone would think that those rice-sized words were the patterns on the desk, and no one would think that those were words. It just so happened that Yang Chen knew that this was an ancient cuneiform. Even Yang Chen didn't recognize these words, but among the jade slips that were harvested, there was a jade slip that introduced this ancient text. Yang Chen had an impression of it, and immediately found the jade slip, and began to learn and use it, studying the content of the words one by one. Soon, Yang Chen discovered that this text was an explanation of this secret plane. The entire secret plane was refined from the corpse of a complete ancient giant tortoise. The place where Yang Chen and the others came in was the mouth of the ancient giant tortoise. Along the throat passage, they entered this huge square, which was actually the tortoise shell of the ancient giant tortoise. This canyon area, in ancient times, was a huge lake, which occupied a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Later, with the evolution of the landform, the lake dried up and became a huge plain, and the largest river on the plain, after many years of scouring, formed the current canyon. The ancient giant tortoise originally lived in this lake. When the predecessor of Taishanmen found it, it was already a complete corpse. Only because the giant tortoise also cultivated by instinct, the corpse did not change, and was refined by the owner of the secret plane into the current secret plane. The huge tortoise shell itself had the natural effect of strengthening the formation. After being refined by the owner of the secret plane, the formation here was even more powerful. If it weren't for Yang Chen's golden bell being more abnormal, he wouldn't be able to come in at all. Those two rooms were where the most important things in the secret plane were stored. Yang Chen only came into contact with the outermost ceiling formation. In fact, there were two sets of formations inside, respectively designed for different things. 2 rooms, 2 things. One of them, there was nothing inside, but after Yang Chen saw the other thing, he couldn't help but show a happy smile. Wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, it didn't take much effort. The thing inside, Yang Chen didn't know how many places he had looked for, but he didn't expect it to be here. It seemed that Yang Chen's luck was really not ordinary. That kind of thing was very useful to Yang Chen and Gaou. According to the records on the jade case, it was unknown how much ninth water true essence. Chapter 968. It was normal to think about it. A huge lake with a radius of tens of thousands of miles was all freshwater, which met the conditions for the production of the ninth water true essence. The most exciting thing was that this formation to collect the ninth water true essence, he didn't know how many tens of thousands of years it had been here. How much ninth water true essence would be accumulated? Thinking about it made him excited. The first wood true essence spiritual solution left by the immortal had already made Yang Chen happy. Now there was also the ninth water true essence left by the Taishanmen seniors for himself. Whether it was from the perspective of things or the identity of the person who left things, Yang Chen had reasons to be happy. Yang Chen has had several experiences in dealing with this huge amount of spiritual solution. He knew that if he didn't handle it well, he would explode and die. If there was no magic weapon that could be used as a buffer to absorb the ninth water true essence or ninth water true essence spiritual solution, even if Yang Chen cultivated the ninth water true secret art on the spot, it would not help. In this way, there was some trouble. Yang Chen did not have a particularly good ninth water flying sword for the time being. Last time the Taishanmen gave him 2 water attribute flying swords, one was used by Yang Chen to smelt and add to the dragon bone flying sword, and the other was barely counted as the great yin and yang 5 elements flying sword, the ninth water flying sword. However, the ninth water flying sword was obviously not enough to bear this heavy responsibility. Although Gaou's dragon horn was a dual attribute of water and fire, the water attribute was not the ninth water attribute, but the 10th water attribute. In other words, even if Gaou's dragon horn flying sword was successfully refined, it could not help Yang Chen. Looking at the treasure mountain and drooling, this was the first time for Yang Chen. In the past, whether it was the first wood true essence spiritual solution or the 7th metal true essence spiritual solution, or even the 10th water true essence spiritual solution, there were corresponding magic weapons to withstand the power of these massive spiritual solutions. Now Yang Chen had no way. Perhaps the original idea of the owner of the secret plane was to simply collect some 9th water true essence, but now after tens of thousands of years or even longer, the 9th water true essence inside has completely changed. Once the younger generation who did not know the danger of these 9th water true essence opened this room, the entire secret plane would become a huge cemetery, which was absolutely unexpected by the master of the secret plane. One room was filled with 9th water true essence, but the owner of the secret plane did not explain what was in the other room. Yang Chen was also hesitating whether to open it or not. If the thing inside was as dangerous as the 9th water true essence, then wouldn't he be putting himself in danger? If Yang Chen was alone, he might still be able to escape. However, this time, Yang Chen wasn't alone. He brought along his 4 new wives. Yang Chen did not have the confidence to let his family take risks. Even if among his wives, there were 2 who would be famous in the world in the future, Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy, that was not a reason for Yang Chen to let his whole family risk their lives. Speaking of the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy, now Gaou and Gong Sun Ling have gradually broken out because of their reputation. They are also called fairies. Gaou was good at refining and never went out. Every time someone saw her, she seemed to be covered with a red flame, so she was called Fairy by Xia. Gong Sunling has been shrouded in a hazy light mist since the completion of the Mountain River geographical map. Others could only see her beautiful figure at most, but they could never see her face clearly. This feature was also seized by people, and she was called Fairy Flowing Cloud. Yang Chen married 4 fairies at the same time, which made countless male cultivators envious and jealous to death. But not everyone has the courage to challenge a 5th-grade alchemist who is supported by countless sect. So for the time being, there are many people who are jealous, but there has never been anyone who dares to challenge Yang Chen face to face. With Yang Chen, the 4 women in this life will have a greater future. It is not worth it to lose them for a small secret plane. Yang Chen thought about it and decided not to take the risk for the time being. Yang Chen's hesitation made the 4 women feel abnormal. Sun Qingxue immediately asked. Although the other 3 women did not speak, they also looked at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen's explanation. That's it, what do you think? Yang Chen said his concerns, then looked at the 4 women, waiting for the 4 women to speak. That's it. Sun Qingxue was still a little ignorant at this time, and said very casually, such a fun thing, of course, I have to try it. Listening to Sun Qingxue saying this was fun, Yang Chen also felt a little dumbfounded. Just as he was about to talk to Sun Qingxue, so that she could not be so careless, Shashanshan next to him had already spoken 1 step ahead of Yang Chen. Little Shui, life and death is a big deal, you can't take it lightly. Oh. Sun Qingxue obediently bowed her head and admitted her mistake, without any disobedience. Yang Chen was amused for a while. It seemed that Shashanshan's words were sometimes more useful than Yang Chen's husband. Sun Qingxue was simply obedient to Shashanshan. Sometimes Yang Chen also felt strange. Even if Sun Qingxue was introduced into the immortal sect by Shashanshan, there was no need for such rules, right? He didn't know if there was anything else that he didn't know between the 2 women. Anyway, there was someone who could make the naughty Sun Qingxue honest. Yang Chen also wanted to save himself some trouble. Everyone knew the preciousness of the 7th metal true essence. However, except for Gong Sunling and Yang Chen, who had experienced the horror of collecting the 7th metal true essence, other people did not have much concept of it. Although Yang Chen said it seriously, it seemed that the effect was not very good. At least Yang Chen had already seen the movement in Gaou's eyes. Can't you try it with the dragon horn? Sure enough, the next sentence was asked by Gaou. Yang Chen shook his head. He had already said it clearly before that the dragon horn was of the water attribute, which was not very suitable for the yin and yang attribute of the 9th water attribute. Is it really that terrible? Shashanshan was not in favor of taking risks, but she was a little skeptical about whether Yang Chen had exaggerated the power of these spiritual solutions. After all, when she and Sun Qingxue were healing, they were immersed in the 7th metal true essence solution and the 1st wood true essence solution, and at that time, they had no spiritual power in their whole body. It seemed that it was not as dangerous as Yang Chen said. I have seen no less than hundreds of people directly explode into powder. Yang Chen nodded directly and said without hesitation Ling has also seen it. Gong Sunling was next to him and nodded. When collecting the 7th metal true essence solution, those people fell into the deep hole and burst into a blood mist before they reached the bottom of the hole. She saw it with her own eyes. Shishanshan was also silent. It seemed that everyone already had the same idea. Listening to Yang Chen, they were ready to give up first. Maybe, there is still a way. Gong Sunling suddenly said, and then reminded Yang Chen husband, have you forgotten the use of the mountain river geographical map when you were in the demon sect? Chapter 969. Gong Suanling's reminder made Yang Chen raise his head fiercely. When he absorbed the 7th metal true essence, part of the 7th metal true essence was absorbed by the mountain river geographical map. It must be known that although the mountain river geographical map was said to be a magic weapon of the earth attribute, it was not limited to the earth attribute. After absorbing the 7th metal true essence solution, a large area of 7th metal was formed in the mountain river geographical map, making the illusion of the mountain river geographical map more real. If according to this reasoning, then maybe the 9th water true essence could also be absorbed using the mountain river geographical map as an intermediary. Anyway, Yang Chen was not going to cultivate the 9th water true secret art immediately, but to use the gourd to collect the 9th water true essence. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yang Chen was. If the mountain river geographical map could really bear it, didn't it mean that this trip would not be in vain? Since there was this possibility, Yang Chen certainly would not let it go. However, Yang Chen would not act rashly and open the room immediately, but let Gong Sunling try it first. In the medicine garden, there was a huge amount of first wood true essence spiritual solution, which had been controlled by the 2 tool spirits of Yang Chen, a Zhu and a Bai. Yang Chen moved all the spirit medicines to the 2nd layer space and put the first wood true essence spiritual solution in the 1st layer space. Then he dropped a few less important medicinal materials and let go of the control of the first wood true essence spiritual solution. With the banging sound, the medicinal materials that were dropped directly burst into pieces, and Yang Chen also deliberately controlled all this for the girls to see. In addition to medicinal materials, Yang Chen even found a few flying swords of poor grade and threw them in. Without the slightest accident, those flying swords turned into powder and filled the ground of the medicine garden space. It could be imagined what kind of situation it would be for ordinary cultivators after entering. After seeing this scene, Gaou, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue all took a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that these spiritual solutions would be so terrifying. Fortunately, Yang Chen insisted at the beginning, otherwise everyone would be in danger now. Since it was an experiment, of course, he had to test the power of the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen hesitated for a while, and finally agreed to let Gong Sunling throw the mountain river geographical map into the 1st layer of the medicine garden. Yang Chen himself carefully explored everything in the medicine garden with his spiritual awareness. Once he found something wrong, he would immediately suppress the first wood true essence spiritual solution, so as not to destroy Gong Suanling's magic weapon. It had to be said that the magic weapon of the Dragon Clan was indeed powerful. As soon as the mountain river geographical map entered the medicine garden, it seemed to suffer the same fate as the previous flying sword. But in the blink of an eye, the raging first wood true essence spiritual solution seemed to have suddenly encountered a sponge and was quickly absorbed by the mountain river geographical map. After observing for a while, there was no abnormality in the mountain river geographical map. On the contrary, Gong Sunling felt that there were some small things in the mountain river geographical map. At least when the formation simulated the trees belonging to the first wood, it was more lifelike. Having passed the test of the 7th metal true essence spiritual solution and the first wood true essence spiritual solution, it seemed to have explained the problem. This magic weapon of the Dragon Clan was indeed powerful. With the help of the masters who were collected in it, it should be able to support the time when Yang Chen collected the 9th water true essence spiritual solution. Even so, in addition to letting Gong Sunling stay in place, Yang Chen also received the other 3 women into the medicine garden just in case. After all the preparations, Yang Chen finally opened the room with the ninth water true essence according to the method written on the jade case. It was said to be a room, but after pushing the door in, there was only a hole leading to the underground. Before, Yang Chen's family was only in the upper space of the tortoise shell, and the hole in this room could lead to the lower space. Unsurprisingly, at the hole leading to the lower space, there were some warning words left in ancient texts. The general idea was that if there was no ninth water true secret art, it was best not to go down easily, so as not to have any bad results. This was how Jin Yuan worked. Unless it was a demonic beast that had cultivated to a certain level by instinct, if it didn't have a Jin Yuan cultivation method, recklessly absorbing it would result in a complete corpse at best, or a complete corpse at worst. There was no better possibility. After reading these warnings, Yang Chen smiled at Gong Sunling, took her hand, and walked to the hole together. Gong Sunling controlled the mountain river geographical map, wrapped Yang Chen and herself, and stepped into the ground. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, after not knowing how many tens of thousands of years of collection, the ninth water true essence underground had become a thick ninth water true essence spiritual solution, and it was all over the huge underground space. The area of thousands of square feet, it was not known how deep it was completely filled with the ninth water true essence spiritual solution. Countless ninth water true essence spiritual solution rushed towards the two of them, and Gong Sunling had to do her best to control the mountain river geographical map and absorb the ninth water true essence spiritual solution as fast as possible. Yang Chen had already prepared an emerald-like gourd. At this moment, he opened the mouth of the gourd and absorbed it to his heart's content. Compared with the mountain river geographical map, the gourd was obviously many times faster. After all, the gourd was directly filled, while the mountain river geographical map absorbed it bit by bit. The efficiency was not at the same level. With the buffer of the mountain river geographical map, whether it was Yang Chen or Gong Sunling, they were not harmed under the protection of the mountain river geographical map. At this moment, the hearts of the two were completely relieved. It was not known how long it would take to completely absorb these ninth water true essence spiritual solution, and the two of them did not dare to relax their vigilance. Although this was a good opportunity for Yang Chen to cultivate the ninth water true secret art, Yang Chen still did not cultivate it out of caution for the three purities secret art. After all, if this kind of original true secret art was cultivated, it would definitely cause a change in the spiritual awareness. Although Yang Chen has now temporarily stabilized his spiritual awareness and was not afraid of the splitting of his spiritual awareness, under the catalysis of the Dragon Yuan, the three purities secret art had reached the fourth layer. Once there was a change, Yang Chen could not be distracted at this time. Seeing that the ninth water true essence spiritual solution in the space was getting less and less, the pressure on Yang Chen and Gong Sunling was getting lighter and lighter. After almost a year, the ninth water true essence spiritual solution was finally bottomed out. The gourd had collected so much ninth water true essence spiritual solution, and the color seemed to have become more and more verdant, just like a jasper gourd. The accumulation over the years was really amazing, and the ninth water true essence spiritual solution below had become ninth water crystal stones. At this point, the rest was much simpler. Under the protection of the mountain river geographical map, Yang Chen easily collected those ninth water crystal stones into the merit ring. At this point, the collection of the ninth water true essence was completed. Yang Chen also released the three women who were cultivating in the medicine garden, and everyone celebrated this happy event together. What's in the remaining room? Sun Qingxue was the most curious. When the things here were over, she just came out of the medicine garden. Without saying a few words, she began to think about the last room. When will you open it? Chapter 970. After getting the ninth water spiritual solution, the one who could use it immediately was unexpectedly Gaou. The ninth water true secret art was obtained by Yang Chen together with Gaou and Gong Sunling in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave. The ninth water true secret art and the ninth water true essence are complete. However, everyone was most interested in the last room. There was no record of what was in the last room. He didn't know what the original owner of the secret plane was thinking. Did he not want people to open it? Or did he not know? After a simple celebration, everyone began to gather at the last door. Whether or not to go in became a difficult problem for everyone. In the previous room, if it weren't for the mountain river geographical map as a buffer, even Yang Chen wouldn't be able to go down to the ninth water spiritual solution. What if this room was equally dangerous? What would happen then? Is there still space in this secret plane? Gong Sunling went down to the bottom with Yang Chen, looking at the surrounding structure, suddenly asked. In the mountain river geographical map, the structure of this secret plane had naturally been simulated. Gong Sunling did not find any other space, only a small room, unless there was another space in the room. It was just a small room, about 100 feet in circumference. Yang Chen thought for a moment, and finally decided to go in and check it out. Now that they had come this far, he was truly unwilling to leave an empty room. This time, everyone asked to go in together. Yang Chen's golden bell and Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map were opened to the maximum. Even Yang Chen's shuttle was ready. Once he found something wrong, he would immediately fly away with his family. The door opened, but surprisingly, there was no aura inside. Then, everyone could clearly see the scene in the room. His tightened heart also began to relax. There was no other space in this room. It was just a square room. However, in the center of the room, there was a square object that was surrounded by two strange formations. It was said that it was strange, but it was only for the four women. The two formations had long been lost. However, Yang Chen roughly recognized the two spirit arrays. In the jade slip that he had obtained before, there was an explanation of these two spirit arrays, so he understood what was going on at a glance. The two arrays were nested. The outermost one was an abnormally overbearing Nirvana spirit gathering array. The only function of the Nirvana spirit gathering array was to absorb all the ordinary spiritual energy within a 10,000-mile radius, leaving not a trace behind. When Yang Chen and the others were looking for this secret plane, a large plane of tens of thousands of miles outside was almost exhausted of spiritual power, which was not suitable for cultivation at all. It seemed to be the credit of this Nirvana spirit gathering formation. The formation embedded inside was the eternal spring nourishment formation. The function of the formation was to use the surrounding spiritual energy to nourish the things on the formation eye. The square-shaped object in the middle of the room was what the eternal spring nourishing formation was nourishing. It was strange to say that even if Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness was strong enough to reach the second grade of human immortal, he couldn't detect what the square-shaped object was. Although no one knew what this thing was, there was one thing that Yang Chen understood. After being nourished by this eternal spring nourishing formation for tens of thousands of years or even longer, no matter what was inside, even if it was a stone at the beginning, it had now become the highest level of beautiful jade. In short, it was a good thing. He was going to make a fortune. After explaining the role of the two spirit arrays to the four women, Gong Suanling's eyes flashed with a strange light. The Nirvana spirit gathering array was only overbearing, but it was actually not suitable for cultivators. For cultivators, the most important thing was the circulation of the heavenly Tao. This kind of method of destroying the foundation of a place was definitely harmful to the harmony of heaven. However, the eternal spring nourishing formation could not be underestimated. If Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue were not directly soaked by Yang Chen with the original spiritual solution, this eternal spring nourishing formation could achieve the same effect. This kind of good thing, of course, must be mastered as soon as possible. Gong Sunling didn't care what was nourishing inside, and immediately asked Yang Chen to translate the jade slip about the eternal spring nourishing formation, and then began to study it alone. The spirit arrays were only arranged on the ground, and did not hinder walking. For the time being, regardless of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen and the other three women walked together to the front of the square-shaped object and carefully observed it. There was a thin layer of dust on the surface of the square-shaped object. Yang Chen stretched out his finger and gently wiped it, but there was no reaction, so everyone worked together to wipe off all the dust on this thing, revealing its true appearance. Under the dust, the square-shaped object turned out to be a perfect translucent glass. After seeing the whole picture, Yang Chen directly blurted out, 7 treasures glazed glass? How is this possible? 7 treasures glazed glass? What is this thing? Why is it impossible? Sun Qingxue had the most questions, and asked immediately. Gaou and Shashanshan both understood this characteristic of Sun Qingxue, and no one spoke, waiting for Sun Qingxue to ask. This is a kind of heavenly treasure produced in the immortal world, and it is impossible to have it in the mortal world. Yang Chen's face was so dignified that a layer of frost could be scraped off. How was it possible for something from the immortal world to appear in the mortal world? The women were also shocked. Although they didn't understand what the use of the 7 treasures glazed glass was, just the production of this immortal world was enough to scare many people. Yang Chen's mind had begun to turn upside down. Things from the immortal world came to the mortal world. What kind of situation was there? Consciousness avatar. That was just a consciousness avatar, and it was impossible to bring things down. Could it be that there was an unknown channel in the immortal world that could communicate with the mortal world? This problem was no trivial matter. Once such a channel really existed, then Yang Chen's revenge action would immediately face a disaster. If the 7 treasures glazed glass could come down, then maybe the Zhuxian sword could come down. What's more, if any one of them came down, not to mention a great principal golden immortal, a small golden immortal could make Yang Chen die without a burial place. For a time, cold sweat gurgled down Yang Chen's head, which made the women around him feel a little scared. In their minds, Yang Chen had never been so flustered. Whenever they saw Yang Chen, he was full of confidence, and the shock of Mount Tai collapsing in front of him would not change. How could he lose his composure like now? The women also felt that the situation was serious, but their understanding of the immortal world was really limited. They could only look at Yang Chen and expect him to give an answer. How did this 7 treasures glazed glass come down to the mortal world? Who brought it down? These were difficult to explain. There was even a most serious problem. Since this 7 treasures glazed glass had been nourished for tens of thousands of years in the secret plane left by the predecessors of Taishanmen, did that mean that Taishanmen already had the support of the immortal world? Chapter 971. Just as Yang Chen had been thinking hard, Sun Qingxue next to him looked at Yang Chen and couldn't help but lean on his side, snuggling into Yang Chen's arms and gently hugging Yang Chen. Yang Chen subconsciously hugged Sun Qingxue and felt the softness from his chest, and slowly came back to his senses. He was really a bit too nervous. If the Taishanmen really had the support of the masters of the immortal world, they would have unified the world tens of thousands of years ago. Would they wait until now? This 7 treasures glazed glass, what is the use? Seeing Yang Chen's expression eased, Sun Qingxue asked in a low voice. 7 treasures glazed glass can completely isolate the exploration of spiritual awareness. No matter how strong the spiritual awareness is, it won't work. Yang Chen replied subconsciously. This answer also made the women suddenly understand. No wonder the exploration of spiritual awareness couldn't detect what was inside. It turned out to be like this. Is it possible to use this 7 treasures glazed glass to refine a magic weapon that others can't see? Sun Qingxue immediately became interested and asked hurriedly. It's just that I can't detect the things inside the 7 treasures glazed glass. It can still be discovered. Yang Chen smiled and rubbed Sun Qingxue's head and said with a smile, it's the most suitable to make a box. Sun Qingxue sighed and seemed to feel that her hope was shattered. She was a little lazy and couldn't lift her spirits. She leaned on Yang Chen's arms and simply leaned on him. The biggest role of the 7 treasures glazed glass is to preserve the activity of the body for a long time. Yang Chen stared at the huge 7 treasures glazed glass and continued, some dormant pets or injured people are wrapped in it. Even if it is preserved for a long time, it will still be active and will not die. After saying this, Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at the square 7 treasures glazed glass with some incredible looks. Could it be that there is something alive in it? The girls were also excited, and everyone began to observe carefully. Unfortunately, the 7 treasures glazed tile isolated divine sense probing, and was simply unable to investigate what was inside. Furthermore, it wasn't completely transparent and was blurry. With such a large volume, it was impossible to see what was inside. However, there was one thing that everyone was sure of. There was definitely something inside. Because of the vague color that came out, they could see that there was something inside. He didn't know what it was exactly. There was no record on the jade case, presumably because even the master of the secret plane did not know what it was. It was only because this 7 treasures glazed tile would actively absorb weak spiritual energy, and he might be able to sense that there was something inside, but he couldn't open it to see what was inside, so he simply used the eternal spring nourishing formation to nourish it for a long time, leaving it for later generations to decipher. What the master of the secret plane did not expect was that the secret key he left behind could not be understood by the Taishanmen disciples, and in the end, Yang Chen was lucky. However, even if the Taishanmen found this place, it was believed that they would not understand what was inside and what this square-shaped thing was. Not everyone had memories of the immortal world. This thing could be regarded as a 7 treasures glazed tile box. Being able to use this 7 treasures glazed tile box to store things, and such a big 7 treasures glazed tile box, the original owner's financial resources could be imagined. Circling around this 7 treasures glazed tile box for many laps, Yang Chen looked carefully for a long time. Generally speaking, if the 7 treasures glazed tile box was used to maintain biological activity, there must be a way to open it. However, the craftsmanship of this 7 treasures glazed tile box was too high. Yang Chen didn't see any gaps after such a long time. The women looked around and it was the same, there was no flaw. There must be something inside, there was no doubt about this. He couldn't find the small gap with his spiritual awareness. Yang Chen simply closed his eyes and touched the whole box from top to bottom with his fingers. The sensitive touch on the fingers was sometimes more useful than the eyes, but after touching it once, Yang Chen was still a little frustrated. On it, there was no trace of an opening. Everyone was at a loss. Staring at this huge 7 treasures glazed tile box, there was a feeling of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. Think about it, this was a good thing from the immortal world. What would it be like if it was really opened? Would it be broken by force? There was no need to think about it. Things produced in the immortal world could be broken with mortal materials. Moreover, the 7 treasures glazed tile box was originally used to protect injured people. If the dragon horn flying sword was successfully refined, it might be effective. Other things would not be considered for the time being. After looking up and down several times and touching it several times, Yang Chen finally looked at the bottom of the 7 treasures glazed tile box. The bottom of the box was placed on the eternal spring nourishment array, absorbing spiritual power and receiving nourishment, which was also the part that everyone unanimously did not check. However, once the 7 treasures glazed tile box was lifted, the eternal spring nourishment array would lose its effect. Yang Chen thought about it, and after communicating with the girls, he made a decision and lifted the 7 treasures glazed tile box. As soon as the 7 treasures glazed tile box left the position of the eye of the formation, the eternal spring nourishment array immediately lost its effect, and Yang Chen and others immediately noticed the power of the Nirvana spirit gathering array. The spiritual power that escaped directly turned the room into a cultivation space not inferior to the Dragon Palace treasure house. Unfortunately, it was only the size of the room. The bottom of the box was slightly different. Although he couldn't see it with his eyes, Yang Chen could already feel it. Along the 4 sides, there was a square gap, presumably this was the opening of the box. Letting the girls retreat, he asked Gong Sunling to protect the girls with the Mountain River geographical map, and Yang Chen also used the golden bell to protect his whole body. Then he tried to open the 7 treasures glazed tile box. The opening of the glazed tile box actually had a small array, but it was the rejuvenation array that was common in the immortal world. In the surprised eyes of the girls, after Yang Chen made hundreds of symbols in a row, he easily solved the rejuvenation array. Click, there was a slight sound. Along the square gap, a large crack appeared at the bottom of the box. After making a hissing sound, it finally stopped. At this time, it could be seen that the bottom was a base, and the box above was like a lid. Yang Chen grabbed the top of the 7 treasures glazed tile box with both hands and lifted the box above. As the box left the base of the ground inch by inch, the situation in the box also appeared in everyone's eyes. A naked man was lying flat on the comfortable cushion on the base. His hands were placed in front of his chest and his eyes were closed. He looked like a living statue. The most shocking thing was that this man's chest was still moving up and down, which meant that this person was still breathing normally. This mysterious man who had been lying in the Seven Treasures glazed tile box for an unknown period of time was still alive. Chapter 972. The four women had been married to young Chen for several years and had long since become women and were no longer the original girls. In the face of this man's naked body, the four women just blushed a little and spat, and then became as if nothing had happened. It was really that this body was too special, so that the women raised their spirits and carefully observed it. Young Chen didn't even say anything and directly reached out and touched all the bones of this naked man. Sure enough, it's a great principal golden immortal who has tempered his body through 3 tribulations and experienced the great Luo heavenly tribulation. Young Chen quickly came to this conclusion, but what puzzled him was that although this man's body seemed to have experienced these, but relatively speaking, it did not reach the strength of a great principal golden immortal, which was very puzzling. Is this the great Luo golden immortal? Sun Qingxue reached out and poked the man's body, and said with some disdain, "It's not as strong as our current body." Several people had explored with their spiritual awareness. This body was indeed a little different, but to say that it was the body of a great principal golden immortal, as Yang Chen said, the great principal golden immortal was too weak. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness has been probing into the man's body, and carefully explored it again. This man's physical condition was normal, all parts were in peak condition, but he didn't know why he was so weak. The man had not woken up. Even if he was tossed around by everyone, he still maintained his original posture and slept quietly. After Yang Chen checked for a long time, he found that this body did not have any spiritual power, it was empty, as if it was just a skin bag, there was nothing. With the stimulation of spiritual awareness, the other party did not wake up, and has been maintaining that kind of calm breathing, there was not even a trace of movement. What was this situation? Yang Chen couldn't figure it out. How could a person from the immortal world appear in the mortal world, and with such an appearance? The first thing that came to Yang Chen's mind was whether this fellow had already lost all of his consciousness after descending from the immortal world. This was very possible. If the Taishanmen used the receiving formation to guide a consciousness avatar from the immortal world to the mortal world, they would lose 99% of their own consciousness and memories. This was done under the protection of countless experts, and the caster himself had to lose several thousand years of cultivation in order to achieve this. But this guy didn't have any spiritual power in his body. Could it be that he had lost all his cultivation? At the same time, he lost all his consciousness. If it wasn't for the protection of the 7 treasures glazed box, this guy might have already stopped breathing and his body would have turned to dust. How could he have slept so peacefully until now? There were many suspicious points. Although his body had experienced the great Luo heavenly tribulation, it was still so weak. This was the biggest problem. The rest of the questions were also unsolvable mysteries. After checking for more than a day, Yang Chen had checked all the aspects that could be checked. The conclusion was that this guy had no spiritual power, and his body had become weak because he went from the immortal world to the mortal world. There was no spiritual awareness, not even consciousness. This situation was like the puppet prepared by the big sects to bring the consciousness avatar from the upper realm to the lower realm. The difference was that those puppets were idiots, and this guy was not even an idiot. As soon as he thought of the word puppet, a thought suddenly flashed in Yang Chen's mind. Since this guy was in such a situation, did it mean that he could use his spiritual awareness to take over? As soon as the idea of taking over came out, Yang Chen couldn't stop it anymore. Under the catalysis of the Dragon Yuan, the 3 purities secret art entered the 4th realm. However, Yang Chen knew that in fact, his spiritual awareness still stopped above the 3rd realm and could not be improved. Trapped by the trouble of the spiritual awareness splitting, Yang Chen had not dared to improve his 3 purities secret art in the later stage. Now there was such a body with no consciousness, no spiritual awareness, and no spiritual power, but a great Luo golden immortal body. Wasn't it a great opportunity given to him by the heavens? As long as his own spiritual awareness split, the split spiritual awareness would take over the body of this guy, and the trouble of the spiritual awareness splitting would no longer exist. Moreover, this body was an immortal body, and the aptitude for cultivation was not known how good it was. Wouldn't it be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense, and Yang Chen couldn't help but rub his hands and wander on the ground. His actions made the women very puzzled. After watching him walk for a long time, this time it was finally Gong Sunling who asked, "Is there any troublesome decision?" Gong Sunling's words represented everyone's thoughts. "There is one." Yang Chen did not hide this from his wife, but simply introduced the choice he faced. Of course, the three purities' secret art was of great importance and couldn't be said more. It could only be said that his spiritual awareness cultivation had reached a bottleneck and needed to be split. After the spiritual awareness splitting, which one is you? Gong Sunling was more interested in this issue, and it was also the most concerned point. Of course, I am still me, and the other is just an avatar. Yang Chen replied without thinking. What's the impact on you? Gao Yu was concerned about the impact on Yang Chen after doing this. Once there were any bad results, the gains would not be worth the losses. It's not that Gao Yu is cautious, it's just that the cultivation method of the mortal world has heard of double cultivation, but it has never been heard of the separation of the spiritual awareness and the incarnation of the external body. This realm is too mysterious, so that the women can't help but worry. Impact. Yang Chen was stunned, and then smiled. It will improve my realm. What are you waiting for? Sun Qingxue directly made a decision for Yang Chen. Such a good opportunity, and it's still an immortal body, what is there to worry about? All the women actually had the same idea. Since it had no bad effect on Yang Chen, and it could also improve his realm, of course, this kind of good thing should be done. Yang Chen was actually worried about the gains and losses of an immortal body that came from the immortal world. He was worried about the way this immortal body came down to the lower realm, and he was worried about the trouble that would be brought later. When Sun Qingxue said it, he was also stunned for a while, and then immediately let go of his worries. Yes, such a good opportunity, what was there to hesitate? Even if there is trouble in the future, the water comes and the earth covers, the soldiers come and block it. He has already died once, why should he live this life with his hands and feet tied? Suddenly, Yang Chen found that his mentality had changed a lot since he was reborn. Although he had done a lot of things with the advantage of rebirth, and he had gone far on his own road of revenge, perhaps because of his experience in the heavenly court, he was very afraid of Taishanmen, and even sometimes he would only plot behind their backs, and never stood on the opposite side of the other party. Chapter 973. Just like this time, it was a very simple decision. Since the people of Taishanmen didn't care about anything and kept this immortal body for tens of thousands of years or even longer, what was there for him to be afraid of? Overcautious and not decisive enough in doing things, these were some of the principles of Yang Chen's doing things in this life. It seemed that he was not without distractions, and his Tao heart was still flawed. If it weren't for Sun Qingxue's indifferent words, Yang Chen wouldn't have thought so much. Suddenly, Yang Chen was suddenly enlightened, and his heart seemed to suddenly become empty, and he couldn't say it was comfortable. There was nothing that could bind Yang Chen's heart. In a popular saying, at this moment, Yang Chen was indescribably enlightened. I have an epiphany, protect me. Yang Chen swallowed a second-grade questioning inner heart pill directly without hesitation, and then sat down directly on the spot and began to cultivate the three purities' secret art, and also began to comprehend what he had gained. The women didn't expect such a result, but there were not many opportunities for their husband to have this kind of epiphany. Everyone was careful not to disturb Yang Chen, and each found a direction. While cultivating, they guarded Yang Chen. In this cultivation, Yang Chen almost instantly comprehended the third layer of the three purities' secret art. This was not a direct improvement with the help of the Dragon Yuan, but a real understanding of the mystery of the third layer of the three purities' secret art. The hidden dangers caused by the forced promotion of the Dragon Yuan were corrected by Yang Chen one by one in this cultivation. The parts that he didn't understand before were now suddenly enlightened one by one, and a new world appeared in front of him in an instant. It turned out to be like this. Yang Chen's heart frequently made this kind of awakening sigh while cultivating. Not only the third layer, even the previous first and second layer. Now looking back, it seems that there are some unsatisfactory places. Just take this opportunity to solve them one by one. In the sea of consciousness, it began to churn wildly, and the originally solid sea of consciousness collapsed again. Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, which he was so proud of, suddenly had a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. Fortunately, Yang Chen still remembered that there was still Li Liheng's spiritual consciousness imprint in his sea of consciousness. He deliberately threw the imprint into the dragon's head and then into the blood river. Within Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, the only things that remained unchanged were the blood river and the white dragon. Everything else was changing. After the complete collapse, the sea of consciousness began to rebuild, but this time, it was based on Yang Chen's reperception of the three purities' secret art. Even the tempering of the 9 thunder tribulations seemed to be incomparable to Yang Chen's own perception. After his sea of consciousness returned to its original appearance, Yang Chen only felt that there was no part of his body that did not have that kind of refreshing feeling. To be free and unfettered, this was the daoist heart that a true cultivator should have. When Yang Chen cultivated in seclusion, the feelings of the 4 women around him became more and more surprised. At first, he sat there quietly, but slowly, Yang Chen's body slowly released an aura that could not be ignored, filling this secret plane. This aura was getting higher and higher, and finally reached a peak, and suddenly it was like a crash, disappearing without a trace. But immediately after, an aura that was even more solid than before began to rise from nothing until it reached the highest point. The 4 women around him only felt that this new aura was completely different from the previous one, even different from anyone they had ever seen. The kind of aura that came from the bottom of his heart and needed to be looked up at tightly entangled the minds of the 4 women, as if they were willing to follow this aura and rush to the peak without any regrets. Just when the 4 women were also driven by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness and immersed in a state of selflessness, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness finally began the ultimate change of the 3rd layer of the 3 purities' secret art, and the spiritual awareness began to split a little. Yang Chen never thought that the splitting of the spiritual awareness would be so painful. It was as if someone was holding a hacksaw and slowly sawing his head in half. If it weren't for the countless hardships that Yang Chen had experienced in his previous life, and his mind had long been as hard as steel, he might not be able to bear such pain and interrupt his cultivation. The more painful it was, the more persistent Yang Chen was. Yang Chen understood this truth. Fortunately, the first split of the spiritual awareness did not last too long, only just 80 hours, and the originally complete piece of the spiritual awareness began to be divided into 2 parts. What surprised Yang Chen was that the split spiritual awareness was only a small piece of his own spiritual awareness, which could almost be ignored. But in this small part of the spiritual awareness, it contained all the memories of Yang Chen so far. Besides that, there seemed to be nothing else. It was a wonderful feeling, as if one person suddenly became 2. Beside him was the blank immortal body. Yang Chen of course did not hesitate to send his split spiritual awareness to the immortal body, and then quietly waited for the small piece of spiritual awareness to succeed. Yang Chen's main body could clearly perceive that the split spiritual awareness entered the immortal body, and then released the memory, occupying the other's mind. The series of processes was very mysterious. It was like watching a person grow from nothing. The small piece of spiritual awareness that occupied the immortal body, after the split consciousness completely controlled the immortal body, was directly transformed into the spiritual awareness of the immortal body, opened up a small group of sea of consciousness, and then stopped all movements. All these movements were clear in the mind of Yang Chen's main body, as if witnessed with his own eyes, and everything in the split body could not escape the observation of the main body. He originally thought that the immortal body would stand up immediately, but unexpectedly, after the possession, the consciousness of the split body seemed to have exhausted its energy and began to fall asleep. However, the current sleep was completely different from the previous sleep of the immortal body. In the past, it was just a skin bag without consciousness and feeling, but now, it was Yang Chen's split body that was sleeping. At the end of this process, Yang Chen's mind suddenly had another realization. This was the clone consciousness of the 3 purities' secret art split from his spiritual awareness for the first time. It was simply an insurance for his own body. When the consciousness of the main body died, the consciousness of the split body would awaken. The secret of the 3 purities' secret art turned out to be here. With such an immortal body, even if Yang Chen's main body went to the Taishanmen now, he would not have any scruples. Even if the main body died, Yang Chen would not die. This immortal body was another life for Yang Chen. With this solid backing, Yang Chen would no longer have any fear. Next, he only had to wait for Yang Chen to complete the quenching of the immortal beheading blade and kill in all 4 directions. However, the shadow of another person flashed in Yang Chen's mind. Taishang Laro Jun, the person who taught Yang Chen the 3 purities secret art. Now Yang Chen could completely conclude that Taishang Laro Jun was definitely not dead. Chapter 974. If Yang Chen's 3 purities secret art was the same as Taishang Laro Jun's 3 purities secret art, then Yang Chen could be completely sure that Taishang Laro Jun was definitely not dead. Even if he was beheaded by Yang Chen on the immortal beheading stage, that was only his main body. Once the main body died, the clone that was hidden somewhere would wake up immediately, replace the main body, and recultivate to become another great master. No one would know which Taishang Laro Jun's clone would be. Naturally, no one would know which Taishang Laro Jun would be in the future. At least in the memory of Yang Chen's previous life, there has been no memory of Taishang Laro Jun. Yang Chen was not afraid that Taishang Laro Jun would hide any conspiracy, which meant nothing to him. The high and mighty Taishang Laro Jun would not notice a small executioner. Even if he passed Yang Chen the 3 purities secret art at the time, he probably wouldn't have thought that Yang Chen could leave the immortal beheading stage, right? If it was Taishang Laro Jun, then many things could be explained. For example, the origin of this immortal body. In the entire heavenly court, it seemed that only Taishang Laro Jun had this ability to reach the 3 realms, even the Jade Emperor couldn't. Not to mention, the immortal beheading stage was refined by Taishang Laro Jun. To be able to let mortals in the mortal world kill immortals in the immortal world, this method was really superb. In this way, it was really a piece of cake for Taishang Laro Jun to send a few immortal bodies to the mortal world. Maybe this one was sent by Taishang Laro Jun tens of thousands of years ago. After all, the 3 realms were different, and it was common for the predecessor of Taishanmen to pick it up when it was lost. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the existence of such a big 7 treasures glazed glass box and the immortal body. After figuring this out, Yang Chen seemed to have less doubts. In any case, this immortal body was already his clone. As long as it was preserved, once something happened to the main body, he could cultivate again. It was equivalent to having another life. This kind of great thing, he should be happy. Not just anyone could pick up what old Lord Taishang had missed out on. Perhaps Yang Chen had run into this kind of great luck this time. It was super heaven-defying. While Yang Chen was having fun with his wives, the Taishanmen's side was in chaos. It was because something had happened to the young sect master, Li Liheng. Of course, it wasn't a bad thing, it was a great thing. The young sect master directly turned his residence into dust again. Although they had lost some property, it was a great thing for the Taishanmen. This meant that Li Liheng was getting closer and closer to senior Liu Fengzi in the spiritual realm. Although Li Liheng fainted here, the overwhelming momentum that shocked the masters of the Dacheng stage seemed to be getting more and more powerful. Senior Liu Fengzi's cultivation seemed to have increased again. When Li Liheng woke up, the sect master and several core elders questioned him, and he honestly told them about the changes that had occurred this time. It was still an earth-shaking change. Sometimes, Li Liheng couldn't even describe it in words. It could only be understood but not spoken, and the description was not thorough enough. Several core elders of the Dacheng stage were so envious that their eyeballs almost fell out. This kind of scene that they didn't know whether it was a real scene or a spiritual awareness projection, if they let them see it, it would definitely have a great effect on their own cultivation base. You know, that was the scene in the spiritual world, they were excited to think about it. However, the elders also had self-awareness. Without the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, they couldn't get anything. Now that Li Liheng encountered this kind of thing again, it could only be said that it was Li Liheng's opportunity. In the future, they would have to vigorously please Li Liheng and ask him to help ask senior Liu Fengzi if there was anything he needed to point out in their own cultivation. Didn't the sect master Li Tiancheng, who was mentioned by senior Liu Fengzi, immediately found a solution? Although it was not easy to find people with full water attribute spiritual roots, at least there was a direction. It was much better than them blindly groping. Li Liheng, who had once again become a popular person, was keenly aware that his status in the sect seemed to have been vaguely improved. The original Grand Elders would often come over to ask about his well-being. Even some of the servants by his side would be fawned upon and taken care of by the Grand Elders. This feeling was simply too great. As the young master of the #1 Taoist sect in the world and the future master, Li Liheng seemed to have already seen his glorious future. He saw himself holding great power and looking down on the world. His whole person seemed to be insufferably arrogant. Very naturally, even his words carried a bit of a commanding tone. Originally, Yang Lan still had a period of imprisonment, but under Yang Lan's careful service and pleasing, Li Liheng also promised Yang Lan to release Yang Lan as soon as possible. Li Liheng himself did not have any plans to succeed, but he secretly told this to the law enforcement hall master. The hall master did not say anything and directly handed the person over to Li Liheng. Li Liheng himself was a little surprised. When did the law enforcement hall master become so easy to talk to? Yang Lan, who was rescued, was almost crippled. A newly advanced Jedan, after staying in a place like the deep cold pool for so long, had almost been frozen into a popsicle. Even after coming out, it took a long time for him to recover slowly. This was still an early rescue. If he was brought out when the real sentence was completed, it was estimated that Yang Lan could only prepare for his funeral. Yang Lan also got the reason why his sentence was increased for no reason from Yang Lan's mouth. In the end, it was because of Yang Chen. Li Liheng now needed more spirit-congealing pills, and no one could refine them except Yang Chen. Yang Lan also came up with the idea to frame Yang Chen, so he would naturally be punished. After understanding the whole story, Yang Lan thanked Li Liheng on the surface, but in his heart, he hated Yang Chen again. Along with it, Li Liheng was also hated by him. Obviously, he had the ability to let him leave the deep cold pool earlier, but he insisted on waiting until now. If there was a chance, he didn't mind calculating with Li Liheng. I don't know when, Yang Lan felt that everyone was sorry for him. Even Yang Chen's cultivation was faster than him, his cultivation was higher than him, and his realm was stronger than him. These were all sins. This distorted mentality made his hatred for Yang Chen grow stronger and stronger, and he wished that he could eat his flesh and sleep on his skin to dispel the hatred in his heart. As for Li Liheng, he was a temporary backer of Yang Lan. When Yang Lan got what he wanted, he would kick him away. Do you really think that you are the young sect master, and everyone should be inferior to you? Chapter 975. Of course, Yang Chen didn't know that Yang Li's mentality had changed so much. He was now considering where to send this avatar to be absolutely safe, so that he could rest easy in the future. The choice of this place was indeed a headache. But soon Yang Chen was not so worried. The naughty son Qingxue always gave Yang Chen some key hints. For example, this time, she inadvertently said as long as it is a place where others can't get in, it gave Yang Chen a reminder. Where others can't get in, is there a safer place than the Dragon Palace he went to last time in the South China Sea? That place was called the Sea of No Return. Countless Darching stage sea beasts died there, not to mention human cultivators. It was simply the most suitable place. It was not only safe, but there was also an important benefit. In the sea, it could provide endless 10th water true essence and spirit power nourishment. Even if it took a long time, there was no need to worry. In this place, the 9th water true essence has been exhausted, because the Great Lake has dried up, and there will no longer be any 9th water true essence. Moreover, the spirit power in the surrounding thousands of miles has been almost sucked out by the silent spirit gathering array. In another 100 years, there may be no trace of spirit power here. However, the Sea of No Return was different. There were countless spiritual veins and the infinitely tight 10th water true essence, which just continued to nourish this immortal body. As for how this avatar would come out if an accident happened, Yang Chen didn't care. With his current experience, there were at least several ways to leave, and the avatar with all his memories would not be difficult. For the time being, there was a way to settle the avatar. Yang Chen was no longer worried. Next, it was natural to sum up the gains and losses, and then start to refine the sword embryo of the Life Source Flying Sword for Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. Of course, after this, he would help Master Gao Yu refine the Dragon Horn Flying Sword. However, before that, Yang Chen did not forget to let Li Liheng consume a few more spirit-congealing pills. Taishanmen really think that he has refined enough spirit-congealing pills, so they can hit him when he is down and sell his own compass to let people kill him and find trouble for him. Yang Chen wanted to see what kind of expression he would have when he saw Hall Master Maro Qi again. Therefore, Li Liheng, the young master of the Taishanmen sect, was once again lucky enough to connect with Liu Fengzi, a senior in the spiritual realm. And Yang Chen's little trick made Li Liheng exhausted, and he had to rely on the spirit-congealing pill to barely establish this connection to maintain a longer time. The explanation he gave Li Liheng was also very simple. His cultivation base had changed once more, and the gap between them had increased once more. As a result, this feeling of exhaustion was getting stronger and stronger. There were only two solutions. One was for Li Liheng's cultivation to rapidly improve, the other was to take the spirit-congealing pill. This time, the communication between the two lasted for about half an hour. And Li Liheng also consulted them one by one about the problems encountered in their cultivation according to the wishes of several core elders. Yang Chen has already gotten the cultivation methods of the Taishanmen from several places. Although it is incomplete, he still knows some of the famous cultivation methods. Coupled with his great principal golden immortal experience, he gave detailed answers to the questions of those people. Of course, Yang Chen will not explain the problem all at once, and left a little tail, enough to hang the appetite of these people. He didn't want to increase the strength of the top masters of the Taishanmen again in a short period of time. However, after this toss and turn, Li Liheng had used no less than 10 spirit-congealing pills, more than twice as many as the last 4. In the end, Li Liheng ended this cross-boundary communication in a coma. After waking up, Li Liheng didn't dare to hide anything. He was a smart person and knew where his previous status came from, so he didn't wait for the elders to ask, and he took the initiative to talk about the process one by one in detail. The problems of the elders were the bottlenecks that had troubled them for many years. It was said that this kind of bottleneck would definitely appear after reaching a certain level of cultivation. There were only a few ways to solve it, either retreat and meditation, or go out to improve the state of mind and cultivation, or take some heavenly materials and earthly treasures and so on. But the elders of the Taishanmen, especially those who had reached the position of the core elders, had great power, which was rare in the world. The satisfaction it brought was sometimes even more intoxicating than the improvement of cultivation. Let them give up all this to retreat and practice hard, or go out to gain experience, they might not be able to bear that kind of gap. Naturally, this bottleneck limited the improvement of their cultivation. And Yang Chen's explanation for each person's problem really made people feel bright. It was as if a guiding light suddenly appeared in the fog. It seemed that as long as they followed, they could see the broad road to transcending the tribulation and ascending. However, the people who were immersed in the surprise did not find that there was a direction, but how to break through the bottleneck in front of them immediately. There was no specific way. There were a few answers to small tricks that allowed them to solve a small part of the problem in a short time, but they could not fundamentally cross the bottleneck. Unfortunately, everyone was in ecstasy, and no one noticed this. This cross-boundary spiritual cultivation method was simply the best treasure given to the Taishanmen by God. With this, why would the Taishanmen worry about not being able to dominate the world? When they thought that if the Taishanmen dominated the Tao sect, everyone's authority would be improved unprecedentedly, several core elders were excited. Now their own cultivation was expected to improve, and their power was expected to increase. What more could they ask for in life? The only problem was the spirit-congealing pill. Last time, Yang Chen gave enough, but this time the consumption, plus the previous consumption, was obviously not enough. If it was in the past, everyone might still think of waiting until the last moment to find Yang Chen. But now, after 2 cross-boundary spiritual awareness connections, they have found that compared with the future of the Taishanmen, Hall Master Mao's face and some of the Taishanmen's worldly possessions were not worth mentioning at all. In any case, they must find Yang Chen as soon as possible and let him refine enough spirit-congealing pills. As for the price, at all cost. As for the compass that had flowed out before, most of it had been recovered, but some were still not recovered. As for the rest, they would kill all of them. Even if they couldn't kill those from the big sect, they would be strictly warned that if they dared to hit Yang Chen at will, they would be the next Hu Qianyi. Yang Chen and the women did not know this. Even if Yang Chen knew, he planned to whet the appetite of the Taishanmen. When the spirit congealing pills were consumed more, they would become more and more anxious. At that time, Yang Chen's extortion would be even louder. Who could have thought that Yang Chen accidentally left a spiritual awareness imprint, could make the spirit congealing pill become a fatal weakness of the Taishanmen? Chapter 976. Yang Chen's three purities secret art was truly and thoroughly entered the fourth level. The consequences of the split of the spiritual awareness, Yang Chen did not lose much spiritual awareness. Instead, because of the split, he no longer had to worry about it, so he gained more space for improvement. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen was forcibly promoted to the fourth level by the Dragon Yuan before, but it was not the real fourth level. It just reached that form, but it did not reach the spirit. Now it was the real combination of form and spirit. With a strong spiritual awareness as the foundation, whether it was refining the flying sword for Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, or working with Gaou to create the dragon horn flying sword, it had become much simpler. The scarlet snow spirit crystal was the top material of the metal attribute. It would take at least 100 years or more to complete the creation of the sword embryo with the general refining method. There was no way, the ordinary fire seed had no effect on this material at all, unless it was a specialized fire cultivator, and it needed at least a fire seed above the 5th grade to achieve the effect of smelting. If Shishanshan was allowed to create the sword embryo herself, she, who had the metal attribute spirit root, could only adopt a similar method to Gaou, using hundreds of years to scour it with spiritual power, and finally when she could control it, she would carefully carve it. After this effort, it would take at least 200 years to complete the sword embryo. As for letting a master of refining help to create the sword embryo, it could certainly shorten the time by many years. However, without the means of Yang Chen's pet Xiao Tian that could devour the spirit, it would take a longer time to remove the traces left by the refiner in the sword embryo. The more advanced the material, the longer the time it would take. After all, the more powerful the refiner was, the more difficult it would be to remove the traces. This was common sense. But under Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven burning fire, the scarlet snow spirit crystal was like butter, melting anytime and anywhere without the slightest difficulty. The dome hall was also thrown into the flame by Yang Chen without any regret and smelted together. As for the sword array of the 7x7 flying sword, Yang Chen did not use it directly. This would depend on Shishanshan's future thoughts. If she was willing, she could refine the sword array into her natal flying sword. Everything depended on what Shishanshan liked. After all, in her previous life, she was a plum fairy who traveled the world alone with a sword. There seemed to be no shadow of a sword array. In his memory, the shape of the flying sword that Yang Chen and Winter Plum Fairy used when they swept across the immortal world should be Shishanshan's favorite shape. Therefore, the flying sword's embryo was forged by Yang Chen according to that shape. A powerful flame coupled with an incomparably powerful divine sense, as well as an incomparably exquisite refining technique. This was considered one of the strongest metal attribute flying sword in the mortal world. Just the forging alone took Yang Chen a year's time. Fortunately, Yang Chen and the women were already at the nascent soul realm, otherwise, it would take several times longer. Sure enough, as soon as the flying sword's embryo was formed, Shishanshan picked it up and couldn't put it down. After waving it a few times, she seemed to feel the smooth feeling. In the eyes of Shishanshan, Yang Chen must have put a lot of thought into her flying sword, and he must have paid a lot of attention to her on a daily basis, otherwise he would not have created a sword embryo that was so in line with her usage habits. It must be known that Yang Chen and Shishanshan had fought together a few times with tacit understanding, but only a few times. To be able to figure out Shishanshan's usage habits in this short period of time, it definitely required extraordinary care to be able to do it. At least Shishanshan asked herself, so far, she still didn't know Yang Chen's fighting habits. This discovery made Shishanshan's heart very sweet. Although she had always maintained a frosty face in front of the women, the moment she got the flying sword, she couldn't help but throw herself into Yang Chen's arms and enjoy the feeling of being cared for. Her own husband was so considerate for her, what could be more illustrative than this fact? Shashanshan was cold and elegant, but she did not reject being cared for by her own husband. The sword embryo had been built, and Shashanshan could take it to get used to it first, but she could not carry out the quenching of the life source magic weapon. After Xiao Tian swallowed the dragon bead, he was still digesting it, and it was estimated that it would take a while before he could come out. At that time, after Xiao Tian completely erased the aura of Yang Chen in the sword embryo, Shashanshan would then quench it, which was the most time-saving way. After completing Shashanshan's sword embryo, the next step was Sun Qingshue's. Relatively speaking, Sun Qingshue's wood attribute Heavenly Thunder wood was also a top-notch material, but the difficulty of refining it was less than that of the Scarlet Snow Spirit crystal. However, it was a bit too much to use flames to create the Heavenly Thunder wood. Yang Chen used a wood refining technique, and he also chose the flying sword style of Sun Qingshue's favorite later generations. Sun Qingshue's performance when she got the flying sword was many times more unrestrained than that of Shashanshan. When more than a year passed, Sun Qingxue took her flying sword embryo and immediately jumped into Yang Chen's arms with ecstasy, and offered her own hot kiss without scruples. "Thank you, husband." Sun Qingxue didn't know what to say to express her happiness. At this time, she understood why even Sister She, who was as cold as ice, could not help but throw herself into Yang Chen's arms after getting the sword embryo. The feeling of being cared for by her husband as a treasure was really wonderful. In 2 years, the two women's flying sword embryos were completed. Next, Yang Chen fully helped Gao Yu start to build the dragon horn flying sword. With a complete set of carving tools, the difficulty of refining the dragon horn flying sword was reduced. Gao Yu herself was a refining expert. When Yang Chen was refining the Flood Dragon Bone Flying Sword, she witnessed the whole process of refining the Flood Dragon Flying Sword with her own eyes, which was of great help. Now refining the Dragon Horn Flying Sword was already a matter of course. After hundreds of years of spiritual power scouring and spiritual awareness infiltration, the two dragon horns of water and fire were already completely the aura of Gao Yu, which made her more handy when controlling them. Yang Chen had confirmed the refining steps with her many times, and Gao Yu was also familiar with them. Under the encouragement of Yang Chen and the other 3 women, Gao Yu finally began to work on the 2 dragon horns. First, she used tools to carve, and after the fine shape, she used spiritual power to refine it. Gao Yu, who was already in the yuanying stage, controlled the whole refining process. It was not difficult. However, the time Gao Yu spent was still far more than Yang Chen. It took a full 10 years for the 2 flying sword to complete the sword embryo stage. Next, Gao Yu needed to spend another 100 years or so to quench the 2 dragon horn flying sword into her flying sword. At this point, the purpose of Yang Chen's family coming to the secret plane was achieved, and it was finally time to leave. Chapter 977. In the 5th thought of creating the sword embryo, Xiao Tian woke up. It has completely swallowed the dragon bead, and its body has grown a lot bigger again. It is dozens of feet long. However, when Yang Chen needs to use it, Xiao Tian will always only be the most suitable size for Yang Chen's hand, and it will always be the hilt of the flying sword. The flying sword embryos of Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue were swallowed by Xiao Tian, completely eliminating all traces left by Yang Chen. The 2 women happily held the formed sword embryos, saving hundreds of years of time, and began to quench their life source magic weapons. Gao Yu's dragon horn flying sword was originally made by herself, so there was no such problem at all. Basically, as long as it is tempered for a period of time, the 2 flying swords can really become Gao Yu's life source flying sword. The life source magic weapons of a family of 5, except for Yang Chen's that has not yet been completely collected, the others have already been settled. This tortoise shell, who wants it? Before leaving, Yang Chen looked at the huge tortoise shell that constitutes the secret plane and suddenly asked. Yang Chen's tortoise shell statement made all the women disagree in unison. Yang Chen had no choice but to change his tone. Who wants this super defensive and offensive magic weapon? The huge tortoise shell has been refined into a secret plane, but this secret plane has been nourished by tens of thousands of years of spiritual power and has become unreasonably tough. As Yang Chen said, this is a super defensive magic weapon, because the sword array at the entrance is also an offensive magic weapon, which is similar to Yang Chen's dome hall. Although everyone doesn't like the name tortoise shell, no one will ignore such a protective magic weapon. In the end, the secret plane still belonged to the youngest and most naughty Sun Qingxue. However, Sun Qingxue still pouted and refused to let anyone call it a tortoise shell. After thinking for a long time, she finally came up with a name that she was satisfied with: Xuanwu Shield. Furthermore, he strictly instructed Yang Chen and the other 3 girls not to call it a tortoise shell anymore. From now on, they would call it the Xuanwu Shield. Everyone doted on Sun Qingxue, the youngest sister. No one had any intention of disobeying her, so they all agreed with a smile. Then Sun Qingxue began to collect the secret plane with the help of Yang Chen. For any fortress, it was the easiest to attack from the inside, and it was the same to collect the secret area. After cutting off the spiritual power supply of the secret plane, it was basically taking whatever they wanted. Even so, Sun Qingxue still spent almost 2 months to completely collect the Xuanwu Shield. After a simple refining, it became a protective magic weapon that could wrap the whole body after being released. And under the firm request of Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen also slightly modified the appearance of the Xuanwu Shield. It was no longer a tortoise shell, but a very sleek translucent egg shape, which finally satisfied Sun Qingxue for the time being. Leaving the secret plane still required Yang Chen to send it out with the secret technique. Just when Yang Chen made the penultimate secret technique and was about to complete all the secret techniques, suddenly his mind moved and Sun Qingxue opened the newly acquired Xuanwu Shield. Sun Qingxue didn't know why, but she still did it. With the last secret technique of Yang Chen, everyone suddenly appeared in the canyon where they first came in. However, at this time, the canyon was not as calm as before, but full of killing intent. As soon as everyone's figure appeared, they were surrounded by a barrage of attacks. Fortunately, Sun Qingxue had already opened the Xuanwu Shield and enveloped everyone in it. All these attacks fell on the Xuanwu Shield and did not cause any harm. Obviously, this was an attack from the array. Who? Shashanshan's eyes flashed, and a cold murderous aura broke out. Yang Chen saw Shashanshan's eyes for the first time after he married Shashanshan. After a long time of cooperation in the secret plane array, the women had quite a tacit understanding. They summoned the flying sword magic weapon, and then divided into 4 directions, staring at the surroundings. As for Yang Chen, the women didn't have to worry about him. He reminded Sun Qingxue to open the Xuanwu Shield. It was obvious that he had already discovered the abnormality. Moreover, with the perverted golden bell, there was no need to worry about the safety of Yang Chen. After being plotted against once, you have become careful? A strange woman's voice came from outside, with a teasing tone, and came into everyone's ears. Martial Aunt Guan? How come it's you? Unexpectedly, the one who spoke turned out to be Shashanshan. Listening to her tone, it seemed that the other party was actually a disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Why can't it be me? The middle-aged woman called Martial Aunt Guan finally appeared far away in front of the crowd. Beside the woman, there was also an old woman who looked very old, holding a crutch and trembling. You actually brought Y.A. Gooper out? Shashanshan was shocked again. Martial Aunt Guan, are you not afraid of being punished by the sect rules? When Shashanshan and the other party were talking, Yang Chen and the other 3 women did not interrupt. It sounds like this is an internal matter of the Green Jade Immortal Island sect. At least let Shashanshan and the other party speak clearly. As long as you don't say it, who will know? Martial Aunt Guan sneered, looking at the slightly glowing black tortoise shield. She couldn't help but sneer again. It seems that you really have a lot of tortoise shells, but do you really think this can block the killer of Y.A. Gooper? Martial Aunt Guan, are you crazy? Shashanshan shouted again, with a fierce shock, as if she wanted to wake up this Martial Aunt Guan. I'm crazy. Martial Aunt Guan laughed wildly. Do you really think I'm crazy? Why? Shashanshan no longer said much and asked directly. Her face had returned to that frosty appearance again. Why? Ha ha ha. Martial Aunt Guan laughed wildly again. Why? When I was in the Green Jade Immortal Island, my cultivation aptitude was the best, and almost all the resources were used by me. The sect almost regarded me as the hope of revitalizing the sect. But, you actually appeared, you little girl, when you were still an outer sect disciple. You made everyone look at you with admiration and take care of you frequently. Those are what should belong to me. Why did you take away everything that I should get? Speaking of this, martial Aunt Guan almost roared, and her originally beautiful face also looked a little hideous. Why didn't Hu Qianni kill you? Why did he leave you alive? But today, I will take back everything that belongs to me with my own hands, and even rob what should belong to you. Everyone stared closely at the roaring martial Aunt Guan. Obviously, this narrow-minded master couldn't even accept that others' aptitude was better than hers. This kind of person, even if her cultivation was high, her realm would not be good. No wonder she was still trapped in the late Yuanying stage and couldn't cross her tribulation. This temperament determined everything. Chapter 978. Gaou, Gong Sunling and Sun Qingxue were all looking at the Aunt Guan, but the attention of Shishanshan and Yang Chen was always focused on the old aunt who seemed to be trembling and would fall at the next step. This old lady was definitely a master, and she was still a master of the Daching stage. Her aura was restrained very well, and there was almost no leakage at all, at least in the eyes of Gaou, Gong Sunling and Sun Qingxue. She was an old lady who might need others to take care of her. Shishanshan, on the other hand, clearly knew the horror of Gupa. This was a hidden Daching stage master in the sect. The reason why she was hidden was that she was actually possessed during cultivation, which made her brain not very clear, and she couldn't speak. Aunt Guan's name was Guan Zhenyao. When Gupa was normal, she took care of her in many ways and loved her very much. So after Gupa's accident, Guan Zhenyao took the initiative to take care of Gupa. Although they were not close relatives, they were grateful and reciprocated. This was even a good talk within the Green Jade Immortal Island. Because Gupa's cultivation deviation burned her brain, she was more focused on cultivation than others. There was nothing else in her eyes except cultivation. Although she may not be able to continue to improve in the big realm, the strength accumulated in the Daching stage was quite considerable. There were very few people in the Green Jade Immortal Island who knew this, and even at the beginning, basically no one knew except Guan Zhenyao. Later, the sect master and several elders discovered this fact by chance, and Shishanshan, as a beloved disciple of the sect, naturally knew some news. Knowing was knowing, but Shishanshan only knew that Gupa had the strength of the Daching stage. As for how powerful she was, she had never seen it and didn't know. But Yang Chen was different. His combat experience and his spiritual awareness had clearly told him how terrifying Gupa was not far away in front of him. When there was only cultivation and only fighting left in the mind, and even fear was not known, the combat power that erupted was definitely not what ordinary people could imagine. Otherwise, why would people say that some crazy people were madmen? It was because of the horror of madmen. This dumb aunt was undoubtedly classified as this kind of master. Now, it seemed that Shishanshan's martial uncle Guan had used some unknown method to control this terrifying expert. That was why he had the confidence to make a move here. Not only that, but Guan Zhenyao had probably bought a compass from Li Liheng that could track Yang Chen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to pinpoint Yang Chen's location so accurately and block Yang Chen's family. Yang Chen also knew that Li Liheng's spiritual awareness imprint could expose his whereabouts, but this was a double-edged sword. Obviously, it was more important to help the Taishanmen than to reveal his whereabouts. Perhaps the day when the Taishanmen were completely destroyed would be the day when he would completely erase Li Liheng's spiritual consciousness imprint. Guan Zhenyao not only tracked the last position of Yang Chen's disappearance, but also waited here for an unknown amount of time, and arranged an attack and siege formation to ensure that Yang Chen's family could not escape. If the strength of the dumb aunt was added, Yang Chen's family of 5 would obviously be eaten to death. Of course, this was Guan Zhenyao's idea. At least her current idea. Although Yang Chen and the others used an egg-shaped protective magic weapon to protect several people, there was no way to escape the siege of the formation she had carefully arranged. Now she could state her conditions first. Yang Chen, if you want the lives of your family of 5, take out what Hu Qianni wants from you. After Guan Zhenyao yelled at Shishanshan, she turned to Yang Chen. It had to be said that there were many smart people in this world. Yang Chen just threw out a pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, and it would never make everyone think that this was what Hu Qianni was pursuing. Of course, The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill was important enough to explain Hu Qianyi's motives to some people. However, when Yang Chen sold the pill recipe, the Taishanman did not make a move this time. What does this mean? Either the Taishanman had already obtained the pill recipe, or Yang Chen and the Taishanman had an agreement. Either way, it should not be a reason for Hu Qianyi to make a move. So naturally, Yang Chen had something else to make Hu Qianyi tempted, even to the extent of attacking Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. Guan Zhenyao felt that this was a good opportunity. If it was really the key to Yang Chen becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master, then with her own attainments in alchemy, it should not be impossible to replace Yang Chen as a 5th-grade alchemist master after getting the thing. So, the smart Guan Zhenyao chose a way that she thought was appropriate. On the one hand, to suppress and retaliate against Shishanshan, on the other hand, it was to get something from Yang Chen's hands, a two-pronged approach. With Gupa there, everything was not a problem, not to mention the siege of the formation that she had carefully prepared for decades. Today, even if Yang Chen's family had wings, they could not fly out of Guan Zhenyao's Wuji mountain. Do you think I will give it to you in this situation? Yang Chen was not as angry as Shishanshan. He was not a disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and he didn't have to think too much about the Green Jade Immortal Island. Either you give it to me yourself, or I get it from your body, you choose one. Guan Zhenyao was really full of confidence, and the tone of her speech was as if she was in charge of everything and could not be refused. Guan Zhenyao couldn't help but be proud. The power of Gupa, except for her, no one else knew at all. If she didn't know this, how could she, a proud daughter of heaven, go back to take care of an old woman who was already crazy? She saw with her own eyes that Gupa fought against 2 masters in the middle darching stage of the sect alone without falling behind, and even injured the 2 masters. The sect didn't know the power of Gupa until the 2 masters recovered from their injuries, and before that, Guan Zhenyao had fully gained the trust of the sect to take care of Gupa. Shanshan, I'm sorry. Yang Chen did not answer Guan Zhenyao's question, but gave a regretful sentence to Shishanshan. At the same time, his eyes did not leave Gupa, who had not moved behind Guan Zhenyao. Of course, Shishanshan also noticed Yang Chen's gaze, and even understood Yang Chen's meaning. The reason why he said sorry to her was obviously that he intended to ruin this peerless master of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Subconsciously, Shishanshan said to Yang Chen, don't. Although Gupa was crazy, she was also a fighting force of the Green Jade Immortal Island. It was a pity that she was ruined by Guan Zhenyao. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Guan Zhenyao's face finally showed a smug smile. She had even heard the meaning of compromise from Yang Chen's words. Chapter 979. It's not too late, it's just a small Taishu Yin and Yang 9 Heavens formation. Yang Chen said the name of the formation that trapped everyone. How do you know? Guan Zhenyao's face was stunned, and then she showed an incredible expression. What are you going to do? In the hands of Yang Chen, it was not known when a khaki flying sword had appeared. It was the life source magic weapon that had never been used from the hands of the Taishanman elder Ming Guangruo, the flying sword. This living soil flying sword contained a trace of living soil qi. As long as it was used for a long time, this living soil would slowly swallow the surrounding materials and gradually increase itself. Although it would take thousands of years or even longer for this trace of living soil qi to double, this did not hinder the strength of the flying sword. Especially when this flying sword was still in the mouth of Xiao Tian, it was even more so. Yang Chen grabbed Xiao Tian and slashed in the direction of several formation eyes that he knew. If it was an ordinary flying sword, this kind of chopping action would not have any effect. But now it was different. The living soil flying sword was held in the mouth of Xiao Tian, which was a completely different effect. Whiz, a few sword lights visible to the naked eye, separated from the blade of the flying sword and flew to the position that Yang Chen wanted to cut. Boom, there were a few consecutive sounds, and the place that was hit by the sword light began to explode. How is this possible? Guan Zhenyao had prepared for this day for a long time. She was good at alchemy and even studied the formation of the Taishu Yin and Yang 9 Heavens formation. When she personally experimented, not to mention the sword light, even if she personally urged the flying sword to stand in the formation and attack the position of the formation eye, it was impossible. Now Yang Chen actually achieved something that she couldn't imagine with a few sword lights. How could she not exclaim? Although she was surprised, Guan Zhengyao was also a master of the late Yuanying stage. She didn't dare to say that her combat experience was very rich, but she also knew that now was not the time to be surprised. When the formation eye of the Taishu Yin and Yang Nine Heavens formation began to explode, Guan Zhengyao said very softly to Ya Gupa behind her Gupa, "They are bad people, kill them." The old lady, who had been standing there trembling, suddenly raised her head. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. Her originally stooped and thin body suddenly began to swell crazily like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed from a skinny old lady into a muscular woman. The long crutch that was half taller than her had become a stick at this time. The old lady didn't even make a sound. She swung the crutch high and smashed it down on Yang Chen, who had already rushed to the front. Ya Gupa had almost forgotten many of her previous attacks because of cultivation deviation. The only thing she didn't forget was to pick up the dragon head walking stick that she had refined into her life magic weapon to hit people. This most direct and crisp attack method was the most comfortable method that Ya Gupa felt. The formation eye was blown up by Yang Chen, and the formation naturally began to lose its effect slowly. Yang Chen's figure naturally had no obstacles anymore, and he rushed directly to the front. Boom! At the moment when the dragon head walking stick collided with the live soil flying sword, the surrounding canyon seemed to explode as if a small nuclear bomb had been detonated, and the whole canyon burst open. Countless flying stones and dust shrouded everyone's figure in it, and no trace of them could be seen anymore. Overestimating yourself, a little Yuanying stage cultivator dares to show his teeth to Aunt Gupa. Although she couldn't see what happened, and her spiritual awareness couldn't detect the situation around Ya Gupa, Guan Zhengyao still laughed happily. But soon she remembered something, and suddenly exclaimed, "Aunt, be careful, don't break his Chenkuan bag." Obviously, Guan Zhengyao was afraid that after Ya Gupa broke Yang Chen's Chenkuan bag, her arrangements would fail. She had seen the power of Ya Gupa's move with her own eyes. Two masters of the Dacheng stage couldn't take it. Yang Chen was just a novice in the Yuanying stage. This time, maybe he had already turned into meat paste. Buzz, a low bell sounded, and Guan Zhengyao suddenly felt a shock in her mind, and she felt dizzy. The smoke and dust in front of her suddenly dissipated, revealing the figures of Ya Gupa and Yang Chen. How is this possible? Even in a dizzy state, seeing the scene in front of her, Guan Zhengyao couldn't help but exclaim. On Yang Chen's body, it was not known when a golden bell appeared, and his figure was completely shrouded in it. Ya Gupa's dragon head crutch hit the bell in front of Yang Chen, motionless. On the surface of the golden bell, there were two illusory dragon shadows moving up and down, constantly flying. This scene was completely different from Guan Zhenyao's imagination of Yang Chen turning into a pile of meat paste, and Guan Zhengyao couldn't help but exclaim. Ya Gupa didn't know how to hold back. This crutch must have been smashed down with all her strength, but it didn't kill Yang Chen. It seemed that even Yang Chen's protective magic weapon was not broken. What kind of magic weapon could block the full blow of Ya Gupa in the Dacheng stage? Guan Zhenyao's brain was already a little dizzy, and she couldn't accept this fact at all. But what shocked her even more was still behind. After Yang Chen's golden bell, it was his living soil flying sword. At this moment, the blade of the flying sword was cutting into the dragon head crutch of Ya Gupa, and it had already cut in by almost half an inch. Not only that, as the two people increased their strength, the blade seemed to cut deeper, and after a while, it might directly cut off the crutch. This was Ya Gupa's life source magic weapon. It was unknown how many battles she had experienced, and it had never been damaged. Now it was destroyed like this. Even if Ya Gupa's brain wasn't working well, the pain on her face was not concealed. Even if she didn't know pain, the damage of her life source magic weapon was closely related to her mind, and it was extremely painful at this time. Before Guan Zhengyao could react, Yang Chen and Ya Gupa each had an empty hand and had already blasted towards each other. With two loud bangs, the fists of the two hit each other's bodies at the same time. This time, even Yang Chen's golden bell didn't block Ya Gupa's fist. Yang Chen's figure flew up directly, flew back dozens of steps, and fell directly into the arms of Gao Yu, who was following behind him. Even Gao Yu couldn't help but step back a few steps before the force disappeared. Looking at this scene, Guan Zhenyao's face showed a smile again. Gupa's fist was no worse than a magic weapon, and even a body protection magic weapon might not be able to block it. At this point, the uselessness of Yang Chen's golden bell had already explained the problem. But Guan Zhenyao's smile only appeared for a moment, and immediately turned into a shocked expression. Chapter 980. Gupa, who was almost invincible in Guan Zhenyao's mind, was no better than Yang Chen. Her swollen body kept retreating, and while retreating, she spurted blood from her mouth. After retreating a dozen steps in a row, Gupa's legs and feet could no longer keep up with the retreating momentum brought by Yang Chen's punch, and she immediately fell to the ground. But her body didn't stop because Gupa fell to the ground. She still maintained the inertia and slid quickly toward the back. It continued to slide on the ground for several feet before coming to a stop. The ground where Gupa slid left a series of bloodstains. The red traces continued all the way for several feet, which was shocking to see. How was this possible? The first thought that appeared in Guan Zhenyao's mind was impossible. How could such a thing happen? Gupa was a master of the Dacheng stage, and Yang Chen was just a junior in the early Yuanying stage. How could such an effect appear when the two of them punched each other? Although Yang Chen was also sent flying, he didn't look injured at all, and even flying back seemed to be a way to unload the force. But the Dacheng stage master Gupa, who had punched Yang Chen, who once repelled two Dacheng stage masters with a stick, was punched by Yang Chen until she vomited blood. Not only that, after Gupa fell to the ground, it seemed that there was no other movement except vomiting blood. Until now, she was still lying in the same place without moving, and she had fainted. Guan Zhenyao's head exploded, and her whole body became dizzy. She was already frightened by the scene in front of her. The array that she carefully arranged was destroyed by Yang Chen's sword in the air, and even Gupa, who she relied on as her last resort, was punched to death. How could this be? Guan Zhenyao was dizzy here, but it didn't mean that Shishanshan and others would also be dizzy. This woman actually wanted to kill Shishanshan because her qualifications were better than hers. Today, she wanted to keep everyone here. How could the women let her go? When Guan Zhenyao woke up from that shock, she immediately found that she had fallen into the encirclement of 4 women. Yang Chen, on the other hand, had already walked to Gupa's side and was looking down at Gupa's situation. Seeing this, Guan Zhenyao calmed down. She was in the late Yuanying stage, but all the women were in the early Yuanying stage. As long as it was not Yang Chen who could stun a Dacheng stage master with a terrifying punch, she didn't put the 4 early Yuanying stage masters in her eyes. Even if he couldn't kill the 4 women quickly, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape alone. Mph, do you think I'll be afraid when it's 4 against 1? Guan Zhenyao was now sure that Yang Chen had no intention of interfering. He had already sat down on the side of Gupa and stuffed an unknown medicinal pill to Gupa. If Yang Chen were to make a move, Guan Zhenyao would not dare to be so careless. Shishanshan slightly shook her head at the other 3 women. The 3 women silently moved away a little, but they still formed a small circle around Guan Zhenyao. 4 against 1? You really think highly of yourself. Facing Guan Zhenyao, Shishanshan shook her head very contemptuously. The tone of her speech was exactly the same as when Yang Chen solved her inner demons for her. Facing Guan Zhenyao, who was in the late Yuanying stage alone, Shishanshan was not afraid at all. Instead, there was a sense of excitement from the bottom of her heart. This feeling was like the impulse of eagerness to try when she was really going to face a touchstone after carefully preparing for a long time. Yes, in Shishanshan's mind, the timing of Guan Zhenyao's appearance was really just right. Shishanshan had just restored her cultivation base and was promoted to the Yuanying stage not long ago, and then honed in the formation of the secret plane for almost a whole year. Then she accompanied Yang Chen for double cultivation and listened to Yang Chen's analysis of her shortcomings in combat and the defects in her state of mind, adjusting and consolidating her cultivation base for almost 10 years. During these 10 years, although there was a delay in tempering her life source magic weapon, most of the time, for Shishanshan, was the best time for cultivation. Even in the Green Jade Immortal Island, under the guidance of her master and a group of predecessors, it seemed that the effect of cultivating next to young Chen was not as good. There was no way around it. In the history of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the only few people with the innate spirit root full value had already ascended, and they were not of the metal attribute. The guidance of the elders was nothing more than teaching Shashanshan their cultivation experience, but this was not necessarily completely suitable for her. Many things, for people with insufficient qualifications, it was much more difficult to cultivate, and they could only achieve it after thousands of twists and turns. But for people with good qualifications, it was likely to be a natural and easy thing. Sometimes, a simple thing was extremely difficult, and it gave Shashanshan a crooked path in vain, and she had to spend more time to recover. But with young Chen, there was no such problem at all. In the heavenly court, young Chen didn't know how many talented geniuses he had seen. Their past experiences were simply a broad road for Shashanshan. What's more, many of the directions were directly explained by young Chen according to the later achievements of Shashanshan in his previous life, saving Shashanshan who didn't know how many twists and turns. Under the guidance of young Chen, Shashanshan was simply reborn. At this time, she realized how many detours she had taken in her previous cultivation. Naturally, young Chen's performance also made Shashanshan completely convinced. The aloof and incomparable fairy, in front of her own Evildor husband, completely lowered her arrogant head. Even under the bed, young Chen also enjoyed a different taste that young Chen himself couldn't imagine. Now Shashanshan, who had reached the extreme of this stage of cultivation, was feeling itchy, and Guan Zhenyao was immediately sent to her. Was there anything more wonderful than this? For the one-on-one duel between Shashanshan and Guan Zhenyao, the other three women didn't dare to be careless, for fear that Shashanshan would suffer a big loss. Although everyone would sometimes intentionally or unintentionally divide into two small groups in front of young Chen to compete for favor with each other, they were the same in the outside world. While staring closely at Shashanshan and Guan Zhenyao, they also paid attention to young Chen's intentions. Young Chen seemed to have nothing happened, and he was taking care of Ya Gupa with ease. This Guan Zhenyao was a bastard, but Ya Gupa, who was indirectly controlled by Guan Zhenyao, was innocent. Fortunately, young Chen's punch didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, with his realm of the second layer of river turning strength, he could beat Ya Gupa into meat paste with one punch. Shashanshan not only had the spiritual awareness of the darching stage, but she also cultivated the seventh metal true secret art, and dual cultivated with young Chen, yin and yang were in harmony. Even if Guan Zhenyao was twice as powerful, without entering the darching stage, it would be impossible for her to deal with Shashanshan. Chapter 981. The result of the battle was as young Chen expected. Even if Guan Zhenyao's cultivation base was already at the peak of the Yuanying stage, even if she already had the life-flying sword, it was still not enough in front of Shashanshan. Shashanshan's combat effectiveness was fully reflected in this battle. The unprecedented strength also shocked Shashanshan herself. The more proficient she was in the battle, the more Shashanshan admired her husband's guidance. If it weren't for this, Shashanshan would only be able to escape when she met Guan Zhenyao at this time. She might be able to save her life, but she was definitely not her opponent. The battle lasted for a long time. At least young Chen had taken care of Ya Gupa to take the medicine. He sat there and put out a tea set to make a pot of good tea. After drinking it with the other three women, the battle was over. Guan Zhenyao's whole body was soft as she was carried by Shashanshan and came to everyone. At this moment, Guan Zhenyao no longer had the arrogant posture she had before. She was carried in Shashanshan's hand, and her face was ashen like a fool. After she used all her means, she was broken by Shashanshan one by one, and then she went straight into the palace and captured her. During this period, Shashanshan showed extraordinary combat effectiveness, so that Guan Zhenyao had completely lost the confidence to compete with Shashanshan. She is a disciple of my sect, I want to keep her life. Shashanshan faced young Chen and the women, but she had a rare soft expression, with a little pleading, and no longer had the performance of a cold fairy. Guan Zhenyao wanted to kill everyone, and everyone naturally wouldn't let her go easily. But it seemed unreasonable to just let her go, so Shashanshan would plead with everyone like this. Especially young Chen, Shashanshan's eyes were always looking at Yang Chen. Although Yang Chen didn't seem to be that bloodthirsty in the past, after living with Yang Chen for decades, she had a better understanding of Yang Chen's character. Especially in recent years, although Yang Chen had not killed a single person, the surging killing intent in his heart could not be hidden from her, the person who slept with him. Ah Ling, something good has come to my door again. Yang Chen just smiled faintly at Shashanshan's earnest request and gave Shashanshan an answer, which could be considered as a promise to Shashanshan. Shashanshan was overjoyed. The tenderness in her eyes almost made Yang Chen lose himself. In his previous life, who would have dared to imagine that the cold plum fairy would reveal such an expression towards someone? Guan Zhenyao didn't die, but she wasn't much better off. Although she could cultivate freely in the mountain river geographical map, she was trapped in someone else's world for life, and she could never escape. This result made the women satisfied, and it also saved Shashanshan from carrying the charge of killing her fellow disciples, although it was Guan Zhenyao who came to her first. The battle just now was very good. After dealing with Guan Zhenyao, Yang Chen reached out and handed Shashanshan a cup of fragrant tea. This is just brewed, and the heat is just right. Is there anything more wonderful than receiving a cup of her favorite tea from her husband after winning a battle with all her strength? At least Shashanshan hadn't encountered it before. After enjoying the small cup of tea full of 7th metal true essence, Shashanshan suddenly felt relaxed and unspeakably comfortable. Is Ya Gupa okay? Shashanshan asked about Ya Gupa after enjoying it. She knew that her husband also considered that he still had to gain a foothold in the sect, so he didn't kill Ya Gupa. As for why Shashanshan had no doubt that Yang Chen could kill Ya Gupa in the darching stage, this was purely the tacit understanding between husband and wife. Needless to say, Shashanshan also had this confidence. She can still be saved. Yang Chen directly gave Shashanshan a reassuring answer. The injury of her previous cultivation deviation may also be cured. Really? Shashanshan couldn't believe her ears. Ya Gupa's injury has been seen by many masters in the sect, and even some masters from other sect were found to diagnose. Almost everyone agreed that there was basically no hope of recovery. Yang Chen actually said that she could still recover. How could Shashanshan not be overjoyed? Before Ya Gupa was mute and didn't have a cultivation deviation, she was definitely a master with a promising future in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even except for those great elders, no one in the Green Jade Immortal Island could be compared with Ya Gupa. Her combat power was unparalleled. If it weren't for her cultivation deviation, maybe there would be another great elder in the Green Jade Immortal Island now. But now Ya Gupa could only be reduced to a situation where she had almost no consciousness of her own and was controlled like a puppet by Guan Zhenyao. The dignified darching stage master was so reduced that countless people sighed. Yang Chen's words, in the ears of Shashanshan, were better than any sweet words. These days with Yang Chen, Shashanshan has thoroughly understood that the sect would hardly be able to give her more guidance in the future. She was almost equivalent to leaving the sect. But in her heart, Shashanshan still had a deep feeling for the sect. If Ya Gupa could be cured, it would definitely be a big event that would make the entire Green Jade Immortal Island excited. How could Shashanshan, a loyal disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, not be overjoyed? Maybe we have to stay in the Green Jade Immortal Island for a while. Yang Chen nodded and said with a smile, when we finish these things, we will go to the Demon Continent. Going to the Demon Continent to hone their skills has always been the goal that Yang Chen and the girls had said a long time ago. Hearing this, all the girls were refreshed. They were also looking forward to this. After experiencing these things in the Central Plains Dao sects, maybe the killing in the Demon Continent would improve their state of mind more. Ya Gupa just maintained her injury and remained unconscious, and Yang Chen did not cure her. Who knows if she would fight with Yang Chen as soon as she woke up now, and many things had to wait for Shashanshan and the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island to make it clear before they could do anything. Otherwise, Yang Chen was not that kind of good person. After the group of people packed up, they went straight to the East China Sea Green Jade Immortal Island. The harvest this time was simply beyond everyone's expectations, especially Yang Chen. He would never have thought that there would be such a good thing as ninth water spiritual solution in this secret plane. There was also an immortal body left, which was even more unexpected. Speaking of the secret plane, Yang Chen suddenly came up with an idea. The last time the Taishanman's consciousness clone descended, it was to tell them the location and danger of the secret plane. Maybe the next time he crosses the border with Li Liheng, he would also tell him this good news, so that the Taishanman would be happy. He believed that at that time, the faces of the Taishanman's high-level officials would be very wonderful. Chapter 982. When everyone rushed to the Green Jade Immortal Island, it was already half a year later. This place was very far from the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if it was Yang Chen's shuttle, it took 6 months to arrive. Shishanshan didn't hide anything about Guan Zhanyao in front of everyone in the sect, and she told them the whole story. Apart from the final punishment, everything else was revealed in full. Of course, Shishanshan wouldn't say that Yang Chen knocked down Ya Gupa with one punch. She only said that a few people desperately blocked Ya Gupa, and after Shishanshan subdued Guan Zhanyao, Ya Gupa stopped by herself. As for Ya Gupa's injury, a few people didn't control it at once. Anyway, everyone knew that Yang Chen had a very powerful defensive magic weapon, and it was normal for several people to work together to block Ya Gupa's attack. On the contrary, Shishanshan subdued Guan Zhanyao alone, which made all the high-level members look at her with admiration. The existence of Ya Gupa proved Shishanshan's statement, at least half of it. No one in the sect knew that Ya Gupa had been taken outside by Guan Zhanyao, and Ya Gupa was asked to kill people. From this point of view, Guan Zhanyao had a lot of suspicion. Guan Zhanyao was also the focus of the sect, but as Guan Zhanyao herself said, after Shishanshan appeared, the sect allocated a part of its resources to provide Shishanshan. It was precisely because of this that Guan Zhanyao felt that Shishanshan robbed her position in the sect, so she would do this. In fact, Guan Zhanyao entered the Yuanying stage a long time earlier than Shishanshan, but she has been trapped in the peak Yuanying stage and has never been able to break through, because there was a problem in her state of mind, and some things couldn't be seen. Now everyone thought about it, but it turned out to be entangled in this, which really made people speechless. The Green Jade Immortal Island attached great importance to every genius disciple. In fact, there was no bias toward one or a few, but some people couldn't see it and always thought that what belonged to them was taken away. Such people, cultivating to the peak Yuanying stage was already the limit. If one's state of mind did not grow, how could one achieve Mahayana? In this way, the disappearance and death of several genius disciples in the Green Jade Immortal Island before may also be because of Guan Zhanyao. As long as they investigated Guan Zhanyao's whereabouts at the time of the incident, they might be able to confirm it. Harming fellow disciples was a huge crime in any Daoist sect. If the sect allowed this to happen, then it wouldn't be far from falling apart. Of course, some small disagreements were unavoidable, but they could not escalate to the point of life and death. Can Ya Gupa's injury be treated? The senior members of the Green Jade Immortal Island didn't pursue too much about Guan Zhanyao, but when Shishanshan said that Yang Chen could cure Ya Gupa, all the senior members were surprised, and then ecstatic. Ya Gupa's combat power, apart from those great elders, was firmly ranked at the forefront of all the Darching stage masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island. This was not an exaggeration, but an actual battle record. Every Darching stage master of the Green Jade Immortal Island has fought against Ya Gupa. However, no one could defeat Ya Gupa's dragon head crutch. Unfortunately, Ya Gupa didn't have too much consciousness. In most cases, she only responded to killing intent, and at other times, she wouldn't take the initiative to fight at all, which made the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island feel regretful. They didn't know what method Guan Zhanyao used to make Ya Gupa listen to her command and kill people for Guan Zhanyao. Guan Zhanyao's practice had already provoked public anger. But Ya Gupa was innocent, she was just a poor person who was implicated, and she was still a poor person with strong combat power. Now Yang Chen actually said that he could cure Ya Gupa, which made everyone overjoyed. Once Ya Gupa recovered, it would be no less than adding 2 more Darching stage masters to the Green Jade Immortal Island. You know, even if 2 masters of the middle Darching stage joined forces, they were not as powerful as Ya Gupa. Can she really be cured? The Lord of Tantai asked again with some disbelief. There is an 80% chance. Young Chen had already diagnosed Y.A. Gooper in detail along the way, and the answer was not 100% sure. But some words must be made clear in advance, so as not to ask for trouble in the future. Of course, it may also fail. If it fails, what will be the consequences? The Lord of Tantai looked at Y.A. Gooper, who was still very weak, and asked with some worry. The consequence of failure is that she may be even crazier. Yang Chen replied truthfully, and it is likely that she will no longer be so peaceful, killing people on sight. In this case, the consequences were quite serious. Y.A. Gooper, who burned her brain and became an idiot, could be said to be safe on weekdays, but once she killed people on sight, no one in the Green Jade Immortal Island could stop Y.A. Gooper. This was the Green Jade Immortal Island. Once Y.A. Gooper went crazy, it was estimated that within 1,000 miles, it would be in ruins. It's a big deal. I'll take the liberty to ask, what is going on with Y.A. Gooper's injury? The Lord of Tantai couldn't make a decision for a while, and as for the other elders, they were also pondering. As a last resort, the Lord of Tantai could only get more things from Yang Chen for judgment. To put it bluntly, the root cause is still her cultivation deviation. Yang Chen's words were equivalent to not saying anything. Several elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island who heard this couldn't help but roll their eyes in their hearts. Who wouldn't say this kind of thing? Do they still need Yang Chen to say it? Actually, I have learned about Y.A. Gooper's life, and I probably know why she went crazy. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen's words made everyone interested. It was also good for them to be able to understand the reason for a master's cultivation deviation. At least they could avoid problems in their cultivation for the same reason in the future. The root cause of Y.A. Gooper's cultivation deviation lies in her invincibility. Yang Chen's words sounded slowly. Since Y.A. Gooper was promoted to the Darching stage, she has never been defeated in all the battles she has experienced. This has also led to Y.A. Gooper's eccentric character that doesn't put the world in her eyes. This is the root cause. Y.A. Gooper thinks that she is invincible in the world, so she has no scruples when cultivating, so she will go crazy. Yang Chen's words were not fast, and everyone heard it very clearly. Yang Chen's words were also more implicit, but everyone had already understood. Y.A. Gooper thought that she was invincible in the world, so her state of mind had been unable to improve, and the result of forced cultivation was the result of cultivation deviation. She was arrogant and always believed in it in her heart, so there would be such an ending. What can be done to cure it? The Lord of Tantai was speechless for a while, and then asked softly. Chapter 983. It's actually very simple. Yang Chen smiled and said slowly in the eyes of everyone, defeat her and let her know that she is not invincible in the world. Everyone present was stunned for a while, everyone looked at each other, and all fell into a speechless silence. Defeating Y.A. Gooper, it was easy to say, if it could be defeated, why wait until now? In hundreds of years, no one has been able to do it, even when Y.A. Gooper has lost her mind. Yang Chen's 4 wives have now been enlightened. Since the cause of Y.A. Gooper's cultivation deviation has been found, in fact, Yang Chen has cured Y.A. Gooper's madness, but because he hasn't negotiated with the Green Jade Immortal Island, he hasn't treated her injury yet. One punch made Y.A. Gooper vomit blood, and he was unscathed. Was it considered defeating Y.A. Gooper? There was no need for everyone to say anything more about this. What they saw with their own eyes, or what happened to their husband, made the 4 women sincerely proud. Unfortunately, this kind of pride could only be known by the 4 of them and couldn't be said to others. If others were to know that Yang Chen alone defeated the #1 expert of the Green Jade Immortal Island besides the Taishanman with 1 punch, it was unknown how many people would go crazy. They also knew that their husband was not a person who would be so casual and high-profile. Although he was now the only 5th-grade alchemist master in the world and was already very high-profile, the more cards he had, the better. Y.A. Gooper has been like this for 300 years, right? The Lord of Tantai did not make a decision directly, but said this sentence in a nostalgic tone. A question made several elders around him couldn't help but sigh. Y.A. Gooper, who was so powerful in the past, was now an idiot who couldn't speak. How big was the contrast? People couldn't help but sigh. It's been more than 300 years. One of the elders also replied with some nostalgia. Instead of living like this, maybe in her heart, she would rather die. The Lord of Tantai followed the elder's words and said again. Everyone present was a master, and they all nodded with some sadness in their hearts. Let Elder Tai Tong prepare. If it doesn't work, let Ya Gupa go. The island master finally made a decision, and it was also a somewhat cruel decision. Let her go easily. Obviously, this was the island master's agreement to let Yang Chen treat her. Even the consequences of failure had been considered, and he had arranged for the Great Elder to prepare. Except for the Great Elder, it was impossible for others to deal with Ya Gupa. As for Yang Chen's words, no one doubted it at all. Everyone believed that since he said that he had an 80% chance to cure Ya Gupa, then he must have such a big chance. If he said there would be any possible consequences after failure, then there must be such consequences. If he said there would be any possible consequences after failure, then there must be such consequences. This was Shashanshan's sect. Even if Yang Chen would not do this kind of thing for free, he could also look at Shashanshan's face and wait for Ya Gupa to recover. Ya Gupa's injury was nothing in Yang Chen's hands. A 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill was enough. What mattered was her mind. Ya Gupa's injury was nothing in Yang Chen's hands. A 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill was enough. What mattered was her mind. The injury of Ya Gupa was nothing in Yang Chen's hands. A 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill was enough. The important thing was her mind. To stimulate the mind of Ya Gupa, Yang Chen needed to use a powerful spiritual awareness to shake it. It was also a life and death step for Ya Gupa, and no one could disturb her. Stimulating Ya Gupa's mind required Yang Chen to use his powerful spiritual awareness to shock, which was also a step of life and death for Ya Gupa, and no one could disturb her. After all, Yang Chen had only used his physical strength to cause damage and did not have the same effect as the continuous destruction caused by his spiritual power. At present, Ya Gupa's mind was still controlled by Yang Chen, and she couldn't wake up until Yang Chen felt that the injury on Ya Gupa's body had completely improved. Then he pressed one hand on the back of Ya Gupa's head and suddenly used the beast-controlling secret art to launch a spiritual awareness shock attack on Ya Gupa's sea of consciousness. This attack can't be too strong, otherwise Ya Gupa will directly die from brain death, but it can't be too weak, otherwise it won't have the effect. Fortunately, Yang Chen's spiritual sense was now strong to a certain extent, and he could control it with ease, almost without the slightest error. Then, Yang Chen and Shashanshan quickly left the quiet room and were replaced by Grand Elder Tong. Once Ya Gupa couldn't recover, Elder Tong was the candidate to end Ya Gupa's pain. Of course, to deal with Ya Gupa, Elder Tong would not be completely without a price. The price she had to pay was to open the seal formation and immediately ascend. Because of Elder Tong, this time they chose a quiet room on a remote island, and the surrounding area had been emptied, lest Elder Tong's tribulation and ascend would implicate others. In the expectation of a group of people, there were no tribulation clouds gathering in the sky, which meant that Elder Tong had not unlocked the seal. Similarly, this also meant that Ya Gupa was fine for the time being. The senior executives of the Green Jade Immortal Island, who were waiting anxiously, finally began to slowly feel relieved. After waiting for another half an hour, there was nothing unusual at all, and then they heard Elder Tong's call. Okay, it's okay. A group of people couldn't wait to rush to the island and rushed into the quiet room, and then everyone was stunned. Opposite Elder Tong, there was a middle-aged woman with tears on her face. Although there were faint crow's feet on her face, it was by no means the appearance of an old woman before. The appearance of this middle-aged woman was Ya Gupa before she went crazy. Greetings, Island Master. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Ya Gupa stood up and bowed to the group of people who came in. Greetings, Elder. All the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island who came in, except for Elder Tong, everyone else had a dumbfounded expression. Ya Gupa, could she speak? And looking at her performance, did she really return to normal? This old woman used to be arrogant, short-sighted, and 300 years of mute was like a dream. Facing a group of senior executives of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Ya Gupa bowed her head again and said, "Finally, it's a blessing in disguise, and I understand the way of heaven and earth. This disciple is willing to wait for the sect for 500 years, Please allow the island master. Gupa's strength was strong. This mute, her mind was free of distractions, and naturally, her cultivation base went up to the next level. Now that her mind was restored, she understood that today was yesterday, and her state of mind was improved, and she immediately reached the edge of ascension. Waiting for the sect was to repay the sect's care over the years and this awakening grace. Chapter 984. Everyone had some expectations in their hearts at the beginning, but no one dared to really put their hopes on Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen could cure the trauma of Gupa, the confusion brought about by her cultivation deviation was not something that could be treated by any medicinal pill. Not to mention defeating Gupa, a master of the Daching stage, it was even more impossible. But now, Gupa was standing in front of everyone. She was sane, speaking orderly, and acting naturally. There was nothing wrong with her. Could it be that Yang Chen had defeated Gupa? How was this possible? Everyone who thought of this possibility subconsciously gave the answer that it was impossible. But what was going on with Gupa's current situation? Someone defeated her? Who was it? Minute Huafeng was impatient and asked immediately. I also vaguely remember being defeated, but who beat me and how, I can't remember. Gupa also had a confused face, and her answer was ambiguous. It seems that this question can only be asked carefully by Yang Chen and the others. For now, let's look at Gupa's situation first. In any case, the Green Jade Immortal Island had another master at the level of the Great Elder, and their strength was once again stronger. The group of people almost rushed back to the main island of the Green Jade Immortal Island with joy. Gupa had been muddle-headed these years and didn't know what happened to her at all. When she heard the narration of others, she also sighed. Especially Guan Zhenyao even used herself as a tool, which made Gupa even more angry. Despite being in that kind of idiotic state, fighting was still her instinct. How many times had she experienced it? She still vaguely remembered it. In addition to the sparring with several masters in the sect, the extra ones that the sect didn't know were obviously Guan Zhenyao's doing. These contents recalled by Gupa became the ironclad evidence of Guan Zhenyao's bad intentions. Even if Guan Zhenyao had a mouth all over her body now, she couldn't explain it clearly. The crime was completely confirmed, and no one doubted it anymore. After some greetings, Gupa finally came to Yang Chen and his wife, thanking Yang Chen for saving her. For Yang Chen and Shashanshan, when Gupa went crazy, they had not yet joined the sect. Now that a senior of such high seniority came to thank her, Shashanshan did not dare to be arrogant and hurriedly returned the gesture. Yang Chen, on the other hand, received a solid bow before greeting him according to the etiquette of a junior. To be able to save Gupa, Yang Chen took great credit, and it was right to receive her salute. No one had any opinion on this. This old woman vaguely remembers that the last time was when I was defeated. Gupa's trip, first, was to thank the grace of saving her, and second, she wanted to know who the master who defeated her was. This old woman wants to know, who is that master? Not only Gupa, but even the Lord of Tantai and others who followed behind had a curious expression, waiting for Yang Chen to answer. What kind of person happened to appear when Yang Chen and others were besieged? It's not anyone else, it's you, senior. Yang Chen smiled and began to answer directly, but his answer made everyone confused. I defeated myself. Where did this come from? Myself. Gupa also had a puzzled expression. Yang Chen's words were really incredible, and she couldn't figure out the key to it even if she thought about it. There was no way, although she vaguely remembered fighting a few times, she couldn't remember the process of the battle at all. Senior didn't have much judgment at the time, a small illusion formation was enough to trap Senior. Yang Chen smiled and explained, coupled with a strength recoil, Senior completely defeated herself. Yang Chen's words, on the one hand, concealed his own strength, on the other hand, it made Gupa's psychology a lot better. Being defeated by a few younger generation juniors, no matter what, it was still a loss of face. But being trapped by the illusion formation during her muddle-headedness, and then the strength recoil hurt herself, there was nothing shameful about it. After all, Gupa was unconscious at that time, and she couldn't distinguish between illusion and reality. Sure enough, As soon as Yang Chen said this, Gupa's face suddenly improved a lot. The other senior members of the Green Jade Immortal Island also looked like they suddenly realized something. This statement was carefully considered, and Gong Sunling herself was an array cultivator. Everyone was very clear, and no one doubted anything else. Next, naturally, the Green Jade Immortal Island would not let Yang Chen take out a 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill for nothing. Even if there was a relationship with Shashanshan, it was impossible to accept Yang Chen's gift for no reason. Therefore, after several excuses, Yang Chen reluctantly accepted a 6th-grade fire seed as a reward, and both sides were happy. For the Green Jade Immortal Island, the recovery of Gupa meant that there was another great elder of the Darching stage who was about to ascend, and her strength had skyrocketed. Moreover, it was an extra one out of thin air. In the past, Gupa even had to drag a few people to take care of her. When it came to a real battle, it was useless. As long as the opponent was like Yang Chen and the others, an illusion formation could take care of her. No one doubted Yang Chen's alchemy and medical skills anymore. There were even a few elders who asked Yang Chen to help refine a batch of resident appearance pill through Shashanshan. They were willing to provide enough medicinal materials and remuneration. For such a request, Yang Chen reluctantly agreed to it for the sake of Shashanshan's face. He himself also used this method to increase the status of Shashanshan in the eyes of the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Not to mention her powerful combat power and excellent cultivation aptitude, she could also let Yang Chen refine the medicinal pill. The sect couldn't help but attach importance to her. Refining the appearance pill, and it was still the simple appearance pill of the 9 Heavens Dark Maiden. For Yang Chen, it was not too difficult. With a sufficient supply of medicinal ingredients, it took less than 3 months to produce a batch of more than 30 pills, which far exceeded the number of medicinal ingredients provided by the elders who had requested and provided them. However, these medicinal materials were all thousands of years, and the appearance pill could only last for 100 years. No woman would dislike her youthful and beautiful appearance, and naturally, no woman would dislike the appearance pill. The elders who obtained the age-halting pill all treated it as a treasure and kept it properly. For Yang Chen, they were even more grateful. After settling Gupa, settling Guan Jinyao's affairs, and curing the appearance pill for the elders, Yang Chen and others set out on the road again. This time, they were not going to the Demon Continent immediately, but went straight to the South China Sea, to the Sea of No Return, and stored the immortal body obtained from the secret plane in the empty Dragon Palace. Yang Chen's split spiritual sense seed has been preserved, and this immortal body was Yang Chen's last reliance. Chapter 985. It's not that Yang Chen doesn't want to use the immortal body to cultivate, it's just that the 3 purities secret art is like this. The first split of the spiritual awareness is just a split of a seed of spiritual awareness, which is a chance to recover after the death of the main body. However, this seed of spiritual awareness can't be cultivated when the main body exists. For Yang Chen, he can only watch his own seed of spiritual awareness attached to the immortal body, drooling in vain on the immortal body that has experienced the great Luo heavenly tribulation, and he can never cultivate. It can't be helped that this is a huge temptation. If Yang Chen can be ruthless and start over by himself, with the help of the immortal body, he may be able to raise his cultivation base to a jaw-dropping realm in a short period of time. However, in that case, is it still himself? No one will commit suicide in exchange for a better cultivation opportunity. Even Yang Chen can't make this determination. Not to mention that his current body is a full-value acquired spirit root of all attributes, but he has not experienced a higher tribulation. His future achievements will not be worse than that of the immortal body with a single attribute. Rushing to the Sea of No Return, Yang Chen didn't want others to know, he just took his 4 lovely wives and went directly through the bottom of the sea. With the treasure of the shuttle, plus the sea jasper, he was not afraid of being discovered by others. At the periphery of the Sea of No Return, Yang Chen put down the 4 women. There is no way, the interior of the Sea of No Return is dangerous. Without the 5-element hook of the Dragon Clan, they can't go down at all. And the 5-element hook, at present, only Yang Chen can use it. The last time Wen Qian's 5 female apprentices were directly thrown out of the medicine garden was still vivid in his mind, and Yang Chen was not willing to let his wives take risks. With Gong Suanling's geographical map of the mountains and rivers, Yang Chen let them wander around the periphery of the Sea of No Return was also very relieved. The sea beasts here were extremely fierce, and it was a good place to cultivate their fighting consciousness. Yang Chen alone, once again entered the interior of the Sea of No Return. This time, Xiao Tian was also very awake, and he was very excited to revisit the old place. Arriving at the original location of the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen suddenly released the Dragon Palace before he placed the immortal body there. Last time, Yang Chen controlled the Dragon Palace to integrate the Dragon Clan treasure house after Xiao Tian swallowed the Dragon Bead, but it was obvious that the integration was definitely not as thorough as Xiao Tian's personal operation. This time, Yang Chen released the Dragon Palace and let Xiao Tian personally control it and completely integrate the two. The immortal body and the 7 treasures glazed box were placed in the 10th water spiritual liquid by Yang Chen. Since the last time Yang Chen collected it, it had slowly accumulated some more, but it was only a thin layer. A eternal spring nourishing formation was placed here, which could be used to nourish the immortal body with the help of the 10th water spiritual liquid. After it was temporarily settled, waiting for the process of Xiao Tian controlling the Dragon Palace to integrate the treasure house, Yang Chen was not idle and once again made a spiritual awareness contact with Li Liheng in Taishanmen. During this period of time, every year or so, Yang Chen would contact Li Liheng once and it had almost become a fixed rule. However, Li Liheng's consumption of spirit congealing pills was getting more and more. A single contact had already used about 10 pills. At this rate, in a maximum of 10 years, the spirit congealing pills that Yang Chen refined would be consumed. The time of each contact was long and short, but almost every time it was to instruct Li Liheng and other Taishanmen on some cultivation. Judging from Li Liheng's increasingly proud performance, he has gained an absolute position in Taishanmen. This was a good thing, and Yang Chen was happy to facilitate it. Letting a guy without talent and virtue ascend to the high position of Taishanmen was also the first step of the plan. But today, Yang Chen intended to make Taishanmen depressed. When I was chatting with a predecessor of another sect recently, the predecessor occasionally said that he still remembered that one of his predecessors left a secret plane in the mortal world. Senior Liu Fengzi said to Li Liheng, "You write down the method to open the secret plane and go and get those things." Li Liheng was overjoyed. A secret plane left by a predecessor of the spiritual world, needless to say, it was full of good things. Needless to say, just the medicinal materials could be boiled into peerless treasures. He didn't dare to leave a word. Li Liheng firmly remembered the instructions of Senior Liu Fengzi and repeated it to Senior Liu Fengzi. After there were no more problems, Senior Liu Fengzi was relieved. In this secret plane, there are many dangers. The predecessor who left is not a good man or woman. You have to be careful, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Senior Liu Fengzi seemed to be still worried and warned again. Of course, Li Liheng promised that he would be careful. After spending 10 spirit congealing pills, he ended the contact with Senior Liu Fengzi. When the key to the ancient secret plane of Taishanmen broke out last time, Li Liheng was not present, so he was not very clear about it. With his character, these things that had nothing to do with him would not pay much attention to them afterwards. And at that time, he was suffering from the pain of fainting for no reason. How could he care about the secret plane? This time, he got an ancient secret plane, and he was excited. Under the gaze of the core senior members of the Greatest Heaven sect who were waiting anxiously, Li Liheng quickly explained the process of this exchange. Hearing that there was an ancient secret plane, everyone was excited for a while. But when Li Liheng excitedly told the news of the ancient secret plane, he thought he could see the excited expressions of the sect master and elders, but to his surprise, he only saw frustration. What kind of expression was this? Li Liheng looked at the elders with some puzzlement. It was still sect master Li who knew Li Liheng. Seeing his puzzled appearance, he reminded him this secret plane is the secret plane that made us lose a few Darching stage elders. The excitement instantly turned into consternation. Li Liheng looked at the crowd dumbfounded, and his mind was confused. Senior Liu Fengzi said that the secret plane left by the predecessor of the predecessor, how could it become a disaster? Did Senior Liu Fengzi say to be careful? Sect Master Li asked in a low voice. For Liu Fengzi, who he had never met and could not meet, he vaguely had a trace of doubt. What did it mean to take out a secret plane that almost everyone knew? The predecessor told me to be careful. That predecessor is not a good man or a good woman. Li Liheng hurriedly said the advice of senior Liu Fengzi. But even if he thought about it, he couldn't understand how the secret plane passed down by the predecessor of the spiritual world became a secret plane that has been excavated. Wait and see the next contact. Sect Master Li sighed. He didn't know what kind of thoughts he had in his mind. Chapter 986. After playing with the Taishanmen a little, Yang Chen settled his avatar immortal body, and then went to the location of the Dragon Palace to check the situation of the Dragon Palace's integration with the treasure house. Last time, Yang Chen had completed the initial integration. This time, Xiao Tian personally controlled it. It was even easier. In less than a month, the integration was completely completed, and it was still the deepest level of integration. For more than a month, the women were a little anxious. Fortunately, Gong Sunling also experienced such waiting last time, knowing that the inside of the Sea of No Return was extremely dangerous, so after explaining to the other 3 women, everyone joined hands to deal with those sea beasts to practice. It didn't seem too boring. Yang Chen came out of the Sea of No Return. They haven't seen him for more than a month, but when the women looked at Yang Chen, they clearly saw a different aura from before from him. It was a kind of pleasant self-confidence. It was absolutely impossible to see it if it was not the close people around Yang Chen. That kind of self-confidence, even beyond life and death, there was no feeling of fear anymore. It could be understood that when a person has an immortal body as his own avatar, and once the main body dies, the avatar will wake up again, and with almost all his memories, no one would be afraid of death. This state of not being afraid of death would naturally affect the state of mind of the main body, turning it into a kind of fearless thought. Was there a better way to improve the cultivation base than this? How many years has it been since everyone entered the Yuanying stage? When most people were consolidating their realm, Yang Chen seems to have begun to hit the peak of the early Yuanying stage. Everyone has been away from the sect for many years, and they all have to go back. Shishanshan just went back not long ago, but Sun Qingxue has never returned to the Blue Cloud sect. Sun Qingxue was going back to her mother's home, so she had to bring some gifts back. Now the primary appearance pill refined by Yang Chen has become the most sought-after product. When he was in the Green Jade Immortal Island last time, he refined some more, just so that Sun Qingxue could take it back as a gift. Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue seemed to be advancing and retreating together. The 2 women did not want to return to Chunyang Palace at this time. They just made an appointment with Yang Chen to meet again and then rushed to Blue Cloud sect together. Gaou and Gong Sunling naturally followed Yang Chen back to Chunyang Palace. Returning to the sect, in addition to communicating with the palace master and the elders, Yang Chen also had another purpose, which was to wait for the Taishanmen to extend the bamboo pole again. More than half of the spirit congealing pills have been consumed, and the rest is definitely not enough for Li Liheng to persist for 50 years. This point was very clear to the high-level members of Taishanmen, but there was no way. The pill recipe in his hand has not only been verified by the masters of the medicinal hall, but even the spirit congealing pill recipe left by senior Liu Fengzi was exactly the same. There was no problem with the pill recipe, but there was no alchemist. This made the Taishanmen depressed to the extreme. In desperation, they could only come to Yang Chen again. Maro Qi, who vowed to never see Yang Chen again, has been waiting in Taishanmen for a full 5 years. He couldn't help but come. Li Liheng's communication with senior Liu Fengzi over the years has brought many benefits to the sect. Maro Qi was very clear from beginning to end, and even his own cultivation base had a small improvement. All of these were based on Li Liheng's normal cultivation of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, and the foundation of Li Liheng's normal cultivation was the spirit congealing pill. Without the spirit congealing pill, there was nothing. There was no Li Liheng, no Liu Fengzi, no future guidance from the seniors. Even if he had made an oath, he had to break the oath at this time. As Sect Master Li asked at that time, did he make an oath with his heart demon? Since it wasn't, then it must be Maro Qi, Hall Master Mao. Who asked the Taishanmen to deal with Yang Chen the most times and was most familiar with Yang Chen? Why are you here again? This was the first sentence that Yang Chen blurted out when he saw Hallmaster Mao. His face was full of impatience and a look of surprise. Mao Chi's face turned black directly. What do you mean again? Do you think I want to come? But his face only turned black for a moment, and he returned to normal immediately. Now the Taishanman needed Yang Chen's help. It was not the time to fall out with Yang Chen. Moreover, Yang Chen didn't say much, did he? What medicinal pill are you refining this time? In front of Mao Chi, Yang Chen rarely did not have to be as polite as in front of other outsiders. He sat down and sat opposite Mao Chi. He reached out and grabbed the teapot to pour tea for Mao Chi while asking, "Spirit congealing pill." Mao Chi was also not polite to Yang Chen. He reached out and grabbed the teacup and took a big sip, then lazily spat out 3 words and said helplessly, "Spirit congealing pill?" Yang Chen had a puzzled look on his face. He stared at Mao Chi and even asked in an incredible tone, "Senior Mao, you have nothing to do, are you throwing the spirit congealing pill for fun? Or Taishanmen have too many good things and you have to rush to give them to me? I'm embarrassed." Mao Chi almost jumped up in anger. "What do you mean throwing the spirit congealing pill for fun? Do you think I want to come here to find you?" How could Mao Chi not hear the teasing tone in Yang Chen's words? Moreover, Yang Chen did not hide it. He clearly told Mao Chi that he was extorting him several times before. Why did he come to the door to let him knock now? Now he was embarrassed to knock. "I can't help it, more than one person needs it." Mao Chi couldn't get angry yet. He could only forcibly suppress his anger and calmly explained, "Give me a price. Anyway, Mao Chi and Yang Chen have dealt with each other more than once or twice. There is not so much greeting between the two. Straightforward is the style of the two people to discuss business." "How much?" Yang Chen did not struggle with why the Taishanman wanted so many spirit congealing pills, nor did he directly offer a price, but asked a number. If he didn't figure out the number, how could he speak? Last time, the Taishanman learned a lesson. They were afraid that the spirit congealing pill for 50 years was not enough. They deliberately asked Yang Chen to refine almost 5% more as a reserve. But they didn't expect that the consumption would be so high. This time, in addition to having enough to treat the disease, they also need a large number of extra pills. 50 years have passed, almost half of it is now gone, and there are only a few left. This time, the Taishanman decided to get enough at one time, so as not to bother Yang Chen in the future. 5,000. Mao Chi gritted his teeth and said this number. His heart couldn't help but tremble, and there was a faint pain. This number was enough for Yang Chen to offer a price that would make the Taishanman speechless. When he thought that the resources that could have been enjoyed by the Taishanman disciples were now handed over to the alchemist master in front of him, Mao Chi couldn't help but feel distressed. Chapter 987. 5,000. Even Yang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. With such a large number, even if Yang Chen refined it himself, it would take a few years. Taishanmen really put in a lot of money this time. Were they not afraid of being knocked down by him? He didn't expect Taishanmen to have such great courage. In Yang Chen's mind, they would only give enough medicinal pills to treat Li Liheng. He didn't expect that they would be so generous. This was better. First, it would save him from having to come to the door every once in a while to accumulate hatred. Second, Yang Chen didn't want to spend more time on spirit congealing pills. It was best to solve it at once. What else would I like? Yang Chen didn't directly offer a price, but asked. Mao Chi rolled his eyes and showed an expression of "I knew it" on his face. It seemed that the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Taishanmen would only show such a helpless expression in front of Yang Chen. Everything that happened here, if it was spread outside, it was not known how many people would be shocked. The notes of the best alchemy masters in Taishanmen in the past 10,000 years, is it enough? Mao Chi said while observing Yang Chen's reaction. Mao Chi and other high-level officials of Taishanmen carefully studied Yang Chen and found that in addition to fire seeds, he only wanted medicinal materials and rarely wanted anything else. Even if he wanted it, it would be given to others, not for his own use. In this way, Yang Chen liked to study the way of alchemy, so they could only cater to his liking. Within 10,000 years. Yang Chen closed his eyes and began to ponder. The experience of these alchemy masters was indeed coveted. Even if Taishanmen was not a specialized alchemy sect, the notes of the masters accumulated for 10,000 years were also very rare and good things for him. 1,000. After thinking for a while, Yang Chen finally gave a number. These notes could be exchanged for 1,000 spirit congealing pills. Hearing the number reported by Yang Chen, Maro Chi's heart settled down for a while. Sure enough. What Yang Chen loved was the Tao of alchemy and exploring the profoundness of alchemy. The things he had been given to him previously were truly a waste. If he had known earlier, he would have used these alchemy notes that could be copied by the jade slip to exchange for it. How many 7th grade fire seeds and more than 100,000 years old spirit medicines could be saved? In addition to the 2 pill scriptures passed down from the spiritual realm, Maro Chi and Yang Chen were like 2 profiteers, gradually increasing their bargaining chips. Who are you trying to fool? Yang Chen's face was full of disdain. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he was looking at an old swindler. Passed down from the spiritual realm? Why don't you say it's from the immortal world? Who knows, I might be able to exchange for more. As soon as Yang Chen's pretentious performance came out, Maro Chi immediately felt a sense of balance in his heart. A small sect was a small sect. The means and consumption of some big sects were simply unimaginable. In the eyes of Yang Chen, the things passed down from the spiritual realm and the immortal world were impossible, but in the eyes of Taishanmen, it was not so mysterious. Young man, sometimes what you don't understand doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Maro Chi's heart was as comfortable as drinking a large glass of ice water in the summer. He slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip. Finally, there was a little pride of a big sect. It was rare to have an opportunity to put on the appearance of a senior in front of Yang Chen. Maro Chi was simply happy on his face and cool in his heart. So what if he was a 5th grade alchemist master? Wasn't he from a small family? He didn't even know the means of some big sect. The things passed down from the spiritual realm and the immortal world are not impossible. Maro Chi said slowly. He glanced at Yang Chen's slightly open mouth and a little surprised expression again, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable happiness. This was simply the most comfortable meeting with Yang Chen for so many times, which made Maro Chi somewhat happy. How good would it be if every meeting was like this? How could Maro Chi be depressed to the point of swearing not to see Yang Chen again? It was a rare enjoyment. Maro Chi definitely had to put on airs and give Yang Chen a good lesson. It's not a big deal. It's just that they have to pay the price of several masters' thousands of years of cultivation. Maro Chi tried to use the most understated expression and tone to say this matter, while not forgetting to enjoy the incredible expression on Yang Chen's face after hearing it. The price of thousands of years of cultivation? Yang Chen's performance at the moment was as if he had heard such an outrageous thing for the first time. What he had always thought was correct fell apart in front of him as if the whole world had collapsed. He asked foolishly, "Is there really something passed down?" Such a performance was too normal. The common sense that he had heard since he was a child had been subverted. No one could suddenly accept it. Moreover, for a small sect, it was simply unimaginable for the spiritual realm and the immortal world to pay such a price to pass down something. Yang Chen didn't seem to doubt that Maro Chi would lie to him. Of course, at this moment, when Maro Chi needed help from Yang Chen, if he still lied to Yang Chen, it was no less than digging a hole for himself. In this case, it meant that what Maro Chi said was true. There was really such a thing. Of course, at the moment, Maro Chi's sense of superiority as a big sect couldn't be suppressed. He seemed to be thinking about whether he could take the opportunity to recruit Yang Chen. However, he also understood the priorities of the matter. First, he had to do the things at hand, and then talk about the extra. 2 pill scriptures of the spiritual realm. After the initial surprise, Yang Chen began to ponder again. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said 2 pill scriptures of the spiritual realm for 1,500 pills. To be honest, Yang Chen's previous life was only a 6th grade alchemist master. There were many talented high-level alchemist masters who even reached this level in the spiritual realm. Exchanging so many spirit-congealing pills with the pill scriptures of a high-level alchemist master in Taishanmen, Yang Chen would definitely earn a lot. What if I add a pill scripture handed down from the immortal world? Maro Chi's head was almost raised to the sky, and his voice was high above as if a few words were smashed down from the sky. He could use such an attitude in front of Yang Chen. Maro Chi didn't even dare to think about it before he came. If he had known that Yang Chen liked such things, he would have used these to trade in the first few times. He could save good things and he could enjoy this feeling of being bossy. However, it's not too late to know now. He will know how to deal with Yang Chen in the future. Hearing the pill scripture handed down from the immortal world, Yang Chen's breathing was already a lot heavier. He was wheezing like a small bellows and his eyes were a little red. How about the remaining 2,500? This time, it was Yang Chen's turn to ask carefully, waiting for Maro Chi to agree. Maro Chi was almost excited to shed tears. Heaven, earth, finally, there was Yang Chen who had to wait for his own decision. Yang Chen, you also have this day? Chapter 988. Not enough. Maro Chi began to shake his head directly. It was not easy to get hold of Yang Chen's pulse. If he didn't make a good profit, how could Maro Chi, the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, show his skill? Moreover, the grievances suffered in the past, how could he get it back with interest today? Not enough. Yang Chen's face recovered a little, and it didn't look like the kind of shock before. But he was still a little surprised by Maro Chi's words and couldn't help but ask. Yes, not enough. Maro Chi deliberately repeated it, and also emphasized the word not enough. After a pause, he continued plus 30-second grade questioning inner heart pills, maybe it's almost enough. This time it was Yang Chen's turn to start considering. Maro Chi was planning to get back all the previous losses at once. Of course, he wanted to appreciate Yang Chen's embarrassed expression. He did not urge him. He sat there as steady as Mount Tai and slowly sipped tea. His mind was full of unspeakable thoughts. Little did he know, Yang Chen almost burst his belly laughing at the moment. The affectation and performance just now really made Maro Chi believe it. It was easy to let the Taishanmen no longer suspect that he had done something in the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method. Imagine a guy who didn't even know that his consciousness clone was in the lower realm. How could he know such a secret thing? As for the pill scripture, Yang Chen really needed it. But to let Yang Chen accept Maro Chi's new price tag, it was absolutely impossible. 5,000 spirit congealing pills was the limit. Questioning inner heart pill? Don't even think about it. Forget it, the price tag is too high. This junior doesn't need the pill scripture of the immortal world. After waiting for Maro Chi to be proud for a while, Yang Chen hesitated for a long time and made up his mind. He gave an unexpected answer to Maro Chi anyway. This junior is only a 5th grade alchemist master. If there really is the pill scripture of the immortal world, this junior can't use it, so I don't want it. Maro Chi's complacency directly drilled back into his body as he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He almost burped and passed out. After saying so much and putting out a great temptation, it seemed that Yang Chen was about to fall into the trap. Suddenly, Yang Chen took drastic measures and quit. Maro Chi fell into a state of sluggishness. The pill scripture of the spiritual world was good, and the pill scripture of the immortal world was better, but these were only the resources that the Taishanmen had, not the spirit congealing pills that they urgently needed. Which of the experts in Taishanmen's medicine hall had not read these pill scriptures? But in their own words, the higher the level of the pill scripture, the more difficult it was to understand. Perhaps it was because their realms were not high enough. They simply could not understand the method described in the pill scripture. If it was said that it was understandable to multitask and control multiple types of flames for alchemy, then using several different types of true water to form a fire attribute array for alchemy was simply unheard of. Using water as fire for alchemy, what kind of joke was this? But this pill scripture was obviously not a fake from other places, but the Taishanmen did not know how many times they had spent their consciousness clones in the lower realm, so that the consciousness of those clones in the lower realm could piece together the memories little by little. It was absolutely impossible to be fake. This time, the Taishanmen also had a good plan. Didn't Yang Chen like these things? Then they would give him a pill scripture that could not be used at all to hang his appetite, in exchange for the medicinal pills that they needed. Maybe Yang Chen would study these until he was possessed by the devil, and they could destroy Yang Chen's future quietly. It was like a primary school student who had just learned that 0 was the smallest number, and suddenly gave him a high school mathematics textbook to study and interpret imaginary numbers. He didn't even know negative numbers, let alone what was after the square root of a negative number. Maybe because there was no step-by-step progress, it would make him confused. This was why it was necessary to take 5,000 spirit congealing pills at a time. There were enough medicinal pills, even if it was used 10 a year, it would be enough for 500 years. 500 years was enough for Li Liheng's spiritual awareness to cultivate to a certain level, and there was no need for spirit congealing pills. And Yang Chen must be destroyed. The plan was good, but they didn't expect this change, at least Maro Qi didn't expect it. After he finished his previous words, he thought that Yang Chen had been fascinated by the pill scripture handed down from the immortal world and would desperately take it, but he didn't expect Yang Chen to be so realistic. If he couldn't use it, he wouldn't consider it for the time being, and he wouldn't buy it at a high price. In this way, the Taishanman's plan was in vain. It doesn't matter, the problem is that the number of spirit congealing pills is not enough, which is a big problem. Looking at the speed of Li Liheng's current use, it seems that he is getting more and more. On average, he uses 10 pills for a cross-border contact, and there is a trend of more and more. More than 2,000 pills are not enough to make the Taishanman completely relieved. Knowing that his greed had ruined the big thing, Maro Qi immediately changed his mind and said, then the questioning inner heart pills will be reduced by half. How about 15-second grade questioning inner heart pills? Anyway, it was not the first time to bargain. Maro Qi was very familiar with this. It was rare for him to take the initiative again, so he had to get more things from Yang Chen's hands. Yang Chen shook his head directly, he didn't want to give more things at all. These pill scriptures, Yang Chen wanted them very much, but he would not exchange them with additional questioning inner heart pills. He wanted the Taishanman to have the pill recipe, but there was no questioning inner heart pills available. 10. Maro Qi's face became ugly again. When negotiating with Yang Chen on the price, it seemed that Maro Qi did not have the upper hand once. Every time it was how much Yang Chen said, Maro Qi was determined to change this situation this time. Still shaking his head, Yang Chen didn't even want to say anything more. This attitude made Maro Qi's heart sink, but he immediately warned himself that the purpose of this trip was to get the spirit congealing pill, and the additional questioning inner heart pill. If he couldn't get it, then he couldn't get it. He also blamed himself for being greedy. Looking at Yang Chen's tempted, he wanted to add the questioning inner heart pill. This time, the chicken and eggs were broken, and he didn't even get enough spirit congealing pills. If he really went back like this, the sect master would never give him a good face. Well, I'm afraid of you. Maro Qi immediately made a generous appearance of a senior, patted his head, and made a decision directly do as you say. After saying this, Maro Qi saw a playful smile on Yang Chen's face, and his heart was suddenly shocked. He had seen Yang Chen's method of asking for an exorbitant price many times. If he increased it again this time, it would not be a good thing. Thinking of this, Maro Qi didn't care about his identity, and hurriedly cried, "You can't increase the price. This price is what you said yourself, you won't go back on your words, right?" Looking at Maro Qi being so nervous, Yang Chen also gave up the plan to increase the price and kill more Taishanmen. Anyway, 2 pill scriptures of the spiritual world and 1 pill scripture of the immortal world, for Yang Chen, it was already an absolute profit. This was the experience of the Taishanman's alchemy master in the immortal world. Thinking about it was exciting. Chapter 989. Compared with the previous harvests, others may feel that Yang Chen had lost a lot this time. Originally, hundreds of spirit congealing pills could be exchanged for various 6th grade fire seeds, 6th earth true secret art, 6th earth true essence and the like. The last time he even got hundreds of thousands of years of spirit medicine and medicine garden. This time there were only some experience and pill scriptures, it was really not comparable. But for Yang Chen, these things were more rare than the previous medicinal materials and fire seeds. These experiences and insights, in any sect, were carefully collected as heirlooms. Without a certain identity in the sect, without making enough contributions, don't even think about touching them. As for the pill scriptures of the spiritual world and the immortal world, it was even rarer. Except for some pill recipes such as the questioning inner heart pill and spirit congealing pill that have been made public, other medicinal pills were simply kept secret. Even people who were not in the sect did not know the names of some medicinal pills. It was conceivable how precious these pill scriptures were. Although Yang Chen now has a elderly Lord pill scripture and an unknown immortal's Yundan scripture, most of the elderly Lord pill scripture only talked about refining techniques, and the Yundan scripture only recorded the refining techniques of a dozen kinds of medicinal pills, which could not meet the needs of Yang Chen, who wanted to become an alchemy master in the future. Taishanmen took the initiative to tempt him with the pill scriptures of the spiritual world and the immortal world this time. That was because they still couldn't understand the preciousness of these pill scriptures. Otherwise, they would not be so prodigal as to give away the pill scripture that the elders of their sect had spent a lot of effort on. Maro Chi was definitely prepared this time. After negotiating the price with Yang Chen, he immediately took out dozens of jade slips and handed them to Yang Chen. This was Yang Chen's usual habit: pay the money first, and then take the medicine. After several previous transactions, Taishanmen were quite satisfied with the credibility of Yang Chen. So they didn't care about taking out the reward first and let Maro Chi bring it directly, saving them from running back and forth and wasting time. After a rough scan with his spiritual awareness, he basically determined that these things were true. Moreover, Yang Chen was not afraid that the content inside was fake. With Yang Chen's ability, he would definitely be able to find the problem after careful analysis. Once Yang Chen revealed that the Taishanmen had used fake items to trade with Yang Chen, then the Taishanmen's reputation would suffer another blow, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Yang Chen did not neglect and directly greeted the master of the palace. After talking to his two wives, he plunged into the alchemy room and began to refine the medicinal pills. The spirit congealing pill is not difficult for Yang Chen. Even if she was distracted for a few times, it was enough for her to divide another thought to absorb and integrate the fourth-grade fire seed. After so many years of absorption, all the third-grade fire seeds on Yang Chen's body have been integrated into the yin-yang heaven burning fire, and several fourth-grade fire seeds have also been integrated, and the power is steadily improving. However, for Yang Chen, the fifth-grade fire seed was basically laying the foundation and gradually perfecting the embryonic form of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Only when he began to absorb the fifth-grade fire seed was it the real time to shine. The current yin-yang heaven burning fire can already simulate any kind of fire seed below the fourth grade. Except for the power of ordinary fire seeds that could not be compared at all, no one can see any flaws. Up to now, everyone, including the people around Yang Chen, basically thought that Yang Chen's fire seed was the earth core fire. As a fire cultivator, for a long time, Yang Chen has not used his own flame to fight against the enemy. This time, after refining the spirit congealing pill for the Taishanmen, when he arrived at the demon continent, Yang Chen would make a profit anyway. This time, it took Yang Chen 3 years to complete a total of 5,000 spirit congealing pills. When he received the spirit congealing pills for inspection, even Maro Chi was stunned for a moment. 5,000 spirit congealing pills, all of them were second-grade spirit congealing pills. At this time, even Maro Chi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Yang Chen's move could be said to be very kind. It must be known that what the Taishanmen asked for was the first-grade spirit congealing pill. This time and the last time, they basically gave the second-grade medicinal pill, and the quality was absolutely impeccable. Yang Chen had been refining for 3 years, and Maro Chi waited in Chunyang Palace for 3 years. It was conceivable that the importance of the spirit congealing pill was attached. But with this batch of medicinal pills, even if Maro Chi wanted to nitpick, he couldn't pick out a little bit. This old man has to say that although your price is high, the medicinal pills you give are excellent. Maro Chi couldn't help but sigh, which was a compliment to Yang Chen. Then he didn't say anything more and left directly. After greeting the head of the palace, he quickly rushed back to Taishanmen. During the refining of the medicinal pills, Yang Chen also contacted Li Liheng several times with his spiritual awareness. Each time it was some small instructions, and it did not cause too much change. Basically, there were no more mundane things to do in the short term. After Yang Chen finally talked with the head of the palace in detail, he took Gaou and Gong Sunling on the road to the Demon Continent. Before going, he must go to the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect to pick up Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. There was no doubt about this. However, after the head of the palace and a group of high-level officials knew Yang Chen's destination, they were somewhat reluctant to let him take the risk. Everyone had heard of the Demon Continent, but no one had been there. They only knew that it was a place where cultivators of various races gathered, and killing was rampant, but no one knew what the specific situation was. Nevertheless, the dangers were clear. Although the territories of the monster race and demon sects were dangerous, compared with the Demon Continent, those two places were simply a peaceful paradise. Fortunately, Hu Yun was not there. He was presiding over the Banyan Tree Immortals cave in the 10,000 Trees forest. Otherwise, when he heard the news, he would definitely follow Yang Chen. That place full of killing was Hu Yun's favorite environment. In his previous life, Yang Chen had never been to the Demon Continent. Across the vast sea of millions of miles, even the shuttle had to fly on the sea for almost 10 years. In addition, there were all kinds of fierce sea beasts in the sea. Ordinary masters couldn't even make a trip there. This was by no means a trivial matter. At that time, Yang Chen took Luo Yuan, who was in the darching stage, and plunged into the territory of Lanying, who was about to ascend. If it weren't for the Sea Jasper Cup, he would have been directly obliterated. There was no other possibility. Luo Yuan, who was in the darching stage, was like this. It could be imagined that crossing the entire sea was almost like walking through the Hall of Hell. Even the two major sects were quite critical of Yang Chen's decision to take their talented disciples to such a dangerous place to gain experience. But now Yang Chen was the husband of the two women. No matter how big the sect was, it seemed that they couldn't manage the family affairs of the Yang family. In the end, they could only arm the two women in their respective sect before they were allowed to travel. After picking up the two women from their respective sect, Yang Chen's family finally embarked on the journey to the Demon Continent. Chapter 990. Their destination is the Demon Continent. When Yang Chen's family of 5 set off, many people knew their destination, and many people asked in surprise. Yang Chen's destination was not concealed. Since he was going to the Demon Continent, a place where there was constant killing, he was naturally not afraid of adding some open spears and hidden arrows. The name of the Demon Continent was not a strange place among the major Dao sects sect. On the contrary, several major sects had disciples go there almost every once in a while. However, the masters of the major sect who went to the Demon Continent would never be talented disciples like the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy, but a group of disciples whose qualifications were not outstanding, and who did not have much hope in the sect. Some had violated the sect rules or other circumstances. Anyway, they were basically disciples who had no chance in the sect. If these disciples stayed in the sect all the time, they were doomed to tragedy. But going to the Demon Continent was different. As long as they could survive the ubiquitous fighting, they could basically become a master. In this case, whether they returned to the sect or ventured alone, their future prospects would be very different. The small sect also had a similar situation, but unless they couldn't mix in the Dao sects, who would be willing to risk their lives to go to the Demon Continent? Even Yang Chen had never been there in his previous life. First, he didn't have the ability, and second, he didn't have the determination to stay alive to avenge his master. Generally speaking, few disciples of the Dao sects could come back alive, and occasionally a few would come back, but it was also rare. In short, there were many people who had heard of it, but few people who had been there. Young master, this is a great opportunity. He heard that Yang Chen went to the Demon Continent, and before that, Hall Master Marochi had already got enough spirit congealing pills. Yang Lan lost the opportunity to mention it in front of Li Liheng. The last time he was locked in the deep cold pool for several years, Yang Lan's body was greatly damaged, and it took him many years to recover. However, while he was recuperating, he hated Yang Chen to the bone. He was constantly thinking about taking revenge on Yang Chen. If I kill him, wouldn't there be no one to refine the spirit congealing pill in the future? Li Liheng did not alienate Yang Lan for Yang Lan's sake, but he was not a brainless person. For Yang Lan's provocation, he directly rejected it. Young master, I'm not going to kill him. Yang Lan leaned over to Li Liheng's ear and whispered, elder who is a dignified elder of the Dacheng stage. Will he really do that kind of thing for a few pill recipes? What do you mean? Li Liheng thought about it a little bit. Could it be that Yang Lan was still thinking about something on Yang Chen? Young lord, look, the spirit congealing pills you ate at the beginning are all spirit congealing pills, but the quality is higher, right? Yang Lan saw that Li Liheng began to be interested, and immediately persuaded, but what I got later were all second-grade spirit congealing pills. So what? Li Liheng was stunned, and he felt that this was a bit incredible, but he still asked. Yang Chen will be so kind that he won't refine the simple first-grade spirit congealing pills, and he will deliver them after the second-grade refining? Yang Lan reminded him quietly. You mean? Li Liheng suddenly thought of a possibility, and then became excited. He has a magic weapon that can improve the quality of medicinal pills? I'm afraid it's more than that. Yang Lan smiled in his heart, and said with a relaxed tone, when he was in the Yang family village, he didn't know a word. When he came to the Chunyang Palace, it was said that there was no one to guide him, but he could rely on his own cultivation to achieve the Yuanying stage, and also became a 5th-grade alchemist master. Young master, if there is nothing strange in this disciple will never believe it. Yang Lan has been targeting Yang Chen for many years, and naturally, he has collected a lot of information about Yang Chen. Similarly, because of the importance of the 5th-grade alchemist master, Taishanmen also found a lot of information, but in the Yang family village, they did not know, only Yang Lan knew. He was illiterate in the Yang family village? Li Liheng suddenly grasped the news and asked in a deep voice. This disciple guarantees with his life. Yang Lan saw that Li Liheng was hooked, and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. While showing his loyalty, he made Li Liheng more interested. Let's go and see the sect master right away. This time, Li Liheng learned to be good. Instead of acting on his own like the last time, he quickly got up and took Yang Lan straight to the courtyard of Sect Master Li. Soon, the two appeared in front of Sect Master Li. After a while, the sect master began to convene several core elders to discuss matters. Is there really such a thing? The elders who heard the news suddenly asked with a heavy face, and everyone couldn't believe the news they heard. An illiterate person could do this when he joined the Chunyang Palace and was suppressed by Chu Heng. It would be strange if there were no problems inside. Not to mention, he couldn't even read the secret books. How could he cultivate? Not to mention knowing the ancient characters and helping Taishanmen interpret the ancient keys. The problem of literacy was easy to solve, but to understand ancient characters, that was a fantasy story. The vastness of the mortal world was almost unimaginable. Don't even think about it. Even the ancient characters of Taishanmen would be lost. The disciples of Chunyang Palace, who were a month away from Taishanmen, could read the ancient characters of Taishanmen in just 100 years. It was simply a joke. Could it be that he got the inheritance of a predecessor? An elder immediately thought of this possibility. I'm afraid it's more than that. The deputy sect master shook his head and said, it's useless to get the inheritance and be illiterate, unless he gets all the memories, otherwise it's impossible. Memories? That's impossible. Someone immediately exclaimed. Not because of anything else, but because of other people's memories. Even the great elders of the peak Dacheng stage could not easily get them. No one in this world has ever cultivated in such a way. A group of core elders argued endlessly, all aiming at this possible way, but the conclusion of everyone's argument was the same, that no one could get all the memories of others, even half of them. Otherwise, it would not be so troublesome for the consciousness clone to descend to the lower realm. As long as they find a way to get the memory of the clone, they don't have to wait for him to slowly recall. There is one way, maybe it is possible. Sect Master Li pondered for a long time, and when everyone was almost finished, he opened his mouth and attracted everyone's attention. If there is a master who uses the method of possession to forcibly place his primordial spirit in a magic weapon that nourishes the primordial spirit, it is also a very possible method. Sect Master Li finally said his guess. Chapter 991. Boom. Listening to Sect Master Li's judgment, everyone suddenly burst into discussion. It had to be said that Sect Master Li's guess was really reasonable. The method of depriving others of their memory was not feasible, but this method was absolutely possible. The more they discussed, the more excited everyone became, especially after a few refining masters analyzed the possibility of this method. It was even more fascinating. If the sect master's guess was correct, then the reason why Yang Chen was so outstanding might be because of such a magic weapon. In terms of cultivation, it was definitely an ancient senior master, otherwise it was impossible for a guy with mediocre aptitude to have such a cultivation speed. As for alchemy, it was even more so. Could a master of the Jedan stage casually become a 5th-grade alchemist master? If there was no one who didn't know how strong the guy was behind it, it was simply impossible. Being able to recognize the ancient characters showed that the primordial spirit in this magic weapon was already a master of tens of thousands of years ago. For such a long time, the primordial spirit stayed in the magic weapon that could nourish the spiritual awareness, and the strength of the spiritual awareness was simply certain. If that was the case, then it was only natural for him to be multitasking. In this way, whether it was the spirit congealing pill or the questioning inner heart pill, they were all based on the primordial spirit of this magic weapon. This also explained why Hu Qianyi, as a master of the Daching stage, would bully Yang Chen. Hu Qianyi did conceal the news from the Taishanmen. Now that he was imprisoned in Chunyang Palace, it was impossible to ask him for confirmation. However, this guess has been recognized by everyone as the answer closest to the truth, otherwise all the magical things that happened to Yang Chen could not be explained. Before, everyone had been wondering how Yang Chen became a 5th-grade alchemist master, and now there was almost a perfect explanation. And just at this time, Yang Chen actually took his 4 wives to the demon continent. As long as they left the territory of the Dao sects, they would not be able to call for help. With such a good opportunity, did they still need to hesitate? It's a matter of great importance. Let Great Elder Liu take 10 late Yuanying stage masters to catch up with Yang Chen's family and bring the things back. Of course, Sect Master Li was not a good person. He immediately made a decision and directly sent a Great Elder to find trouble with Yang Chen. Just when a certain core elder promised to leave to make arrangements, Sect Master Li suddenly paused and said, "Yang Chen's wife named Jiao Yu, don't kill her, bring her back to me. She has a fire attribute spirit root and cultivates a water attribute cultivation method. I suspect that she has some secrets, maybe she is a good furnace for me." "Yes, Sect Master." The elder paused and immediately agreed. Senior Liu Fengzi had pointed out that the Sect Master's cultivation base was stuck, and he needed a cauldron with full value of water attribute spiritual root to break through. Now it seemed that the Sect Master was moved by Jiao Yu. This was not a big deal. The Sect Master of the Greatest Heaven sect needed a cauldron, wasn't it a matter of a word? How many people wanted to be the Sect Master's cauldron, but they still couldn't do it, not to mention that she was Yang Chen's woman. How could the elders fight against the Sect Master on this matter? This matter was discovered by Yang Lan. It is a great achievement. The Sect Master's reward and punishment were clear. For Yang Lan's role here, it was also affirmed. The sect's secret pavilion allows him to go in and choose a magic weapon as a reward. When the Sect Master spoke, Yang Lan was excited almost instantly. After suffering in Taishanmen for so many days, he finally had the chance to make a name for himself. Yang Lan had secretly vowed in his heart that as long as he got the magic weapon of the secret pavilion, he would practice diligently, and one day he would trample on Yang Chen. Of course, the premise was that Yang Chen could still live until then. Yang Chen did not know that because of Yang Lan, the Sect Master of Taishanmen still coveted Jiao Yu in this life and wanted to capture her as his furnace. He was currently crossing the sea with the 4 women. Everyone has their own way to reach the demon continent, and Yang Chen is the only one who uses a high-speed magic weapon to rush across a large area of the sea. There is no one else but Yang Chen. As soon as the 4 women entered the ocean, they found that Yang Chen's whole momentum had changed, and there was a faint killing intent that was difficult to detect. If it weren't for living with Yang Chen for a period of time, the women might not have been able to discover this. This time we are going to the demon continent, we are going to gain experience. After setting off at sea, Yang Chen warned the 4 women very seriously. To be honest, I have never been there. I don't know what it is like over there, But one thing must be remembered. What? Sun Qingxue asked quickly. Whether we meet at sea or on the continent, we will not show any mercy to you and me. The only thing we have to do is to pick up any weapon we can use and kill each other. Otherwise, we can only be killed by the other party. In the past, all your and my sect, reputation, what alchemist, what genius disciple, are nothing in the demon continent. In the face of the beautiful faces of his 4 lovely wives, Yang Chen said very solemnly, no enemy will care about this, and no one will show mercy to the fairer sex. Who will our enemy be? Shishanshan was more concerned about this question. No matter how fierce the enemy was, as long as they knew who the enemy was, they could always be prepared. In theory, the enemy should be the demonized monsters and cultivators on the demon continent. After thinking about it, Yang Chen said the answer he knew. In fact, Sun Qingxue still asked in a low voice. Anyone other than us? Yang Chen looked at the faces of the other 3 women and knew that they had thought about a lot of things, so Yang Chen only explained to the slightly simpler Sun Qingxue. What if it is our Blue Cloud sect's people? Sun Qingxue seemed to be unable to accept such a thorough concept of friend and foe. She lowered her head slightly and asked in a low voice. Knowing that Sun Qingxue was coming to the demon continent to gain experience, Elder Hua explained some common sense of the demon continent to Sun Qingxue. In fact, only Gaou and Gong Sunling didn't know much. Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue were instilled a lot. Elder Hua cherished his disciples and even used his identity as an elder of the sect to get the contact information of some disciples of the Blue Cloud sect who were gaining experience in the demon continent, and told Sun Qingxue that once there was trouble, go to the disciples of the sect. In any case, those disciples who have been able to take root in the demon continent are always better than those who have just arrived. With these people taking care of her, I believe there will be nothing serious. On the demon continent, even the people of our own sect have to be on guard. Faced with Sun Qingxue's question, Yang Chen spat out this helpless answer. Chapter 992. Next, Yang Chen used his actions to show the 4 lovely wives what was called cold-blooded and ruthless. On the vast sea, the sea monsters encountered all the way, without asking the right and wrong, they would attack when they met. If he could kill them quickly, Yang Chen never held back, he would directly attack and kill them quickly. At first glance, there was a gap in the realm, and the battle needed to be in a stalemate for a long time. Yang Chen always ran at high speed and never stopped for a moment. This situation was fine once or twice, but after several times in a row, the women seemed to be a little puzzled. Why run? Sun Qingxue was puzzled by this. It was clear that they could win. As long as they persisted for a period of time, maybe the 5 of them could kill the other party together, but they had to run away, which seemed very shameful. 2 purposes. Yang Chen stretched out 2 fingers without hesitation and said very clearly, first, we are in a hurry now, and we can't waste too much time on the road. The same is true on the path of cultivation. You should know what your main goal is now. You can't forget your original purpose because you are disturbed by some troubles. In addition, the same is true for cultivation skills. It is better to be proficient in one skill than to be proficient in one skill. I believe you know it better than me. Listening to Yang Chen's words, the women were taken aback. Although it was said that it would not delay the journey, the latter words were the key point. The 4 women couldn't help but begin to think about what was the main goal of their cultivation now. Was it just to gain experience? Or were there other more important things? It was better to be proficient in one skill than to be proficient in one skill. This was very much in line with the taste of the women. When everyone was cultivating, the elders of the sect told them that they must specialize in one skill, either alchemy or refining. None of the 4 women deviated from this. In addition to cultivation, Gaou specialized in refining. And Gong Sunling even cultivated the formation, which was even purer than Gaou. As for Shishanshan, there was nothing else but the flying sword. Needless to say, Sun Qingxue was willing to abolish her own cultivation base at the beginning because of her own cultivation mistakes. The persistence in her heart was by no means comparable to ordinary people. Second, it is also to demonstrate to you the easiest way to survive after arriving at the demon continent. Yang Chen waited for the girls to think about it, then he put down 2 fingers and said with a smile, if the attack doesn't hit, immediately escape. This is the safest way. The demon continent was extraordinary. If one was not careful, the price of life would be the price. To a large extent, the Tao sect's fighting style was incompatible with this place. If they could not find an effective way to gain a foothold in the early stages, then the four women would be in danger. Even if Yang Chen had great abilities, it was impossible for him to pay attention to the four women all the time. Therefore, it was absolutely better to let the four women master their own survival methods than to protect him. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. This was the correct logic. Then if it's an opponent that we can defeat, as long as it takes a little longer, can't it? Sun Qingshue's words actually represented the thoughts of the four women, but she was the only one who asked. No. Yang Chen categorically denied Sun Qingshue's words, and at the same time denied the thoughts of his four wives. Why? With the support of the other three sisters, Sun Qingxue was not afraid to look at her husband, putting on an unconvinced posture, waiting for Yang Chen to explain. Gao Yugong Sunling and Shishanshan stood behind Sun Qingxue in cooperation, and four pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen. I know that you are all genius disciples who have reached the Yuanying stage at a young age in the sect. Facing a guy who can't even be considered a strong enemy, it will make you lose face if you don't fight. When Yang Chen saw that all his wives were standing opposite him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then began to explain, it's normal to fight and win in the face of the enemy, right? The four women nodded in unison, and the neat movements of the four beautiful faces in front of Yang Chen were simply the most pleasing painting. But Yang Chen didn't have any appreciation at the moment. He had to persuade the four women to prepare for the cruelest battle. If you really think so and plan to do so, you may not even survive a month in the demon continent. Yang Chen was very rude to the women, and he didn't leave any face. Even if your cultivation base is twice as strong as it is now, the result will be the same. Yang Chen's performance was so serious that the four women couldn't help but be cautious. As the husband of the four women, Yang Chen would never harm them. In this case, then Yang Chen had enough reasons to say so. The fighting style of the Tao sects was very similar to the confrontation between the two armies. Even if it was to eliminate demons and defend the Tao, they had to yell from a distance first and tell the other party that they would die before they would make a move. There was nothing wrong with this method. As a famous sect, of course, they couldn't teach and punish. They always had to kill the other party if they wanted to die. Or they would make an appointment early and issue a life and death challenge. Yang Chen had experienced this method several times. However, if they always insisted on this method and didn't know how to be flexible, then it was still a small matter to encounter the monster race and demon sect disciples. The other party's general sneak attack could also be traced, and they could always guard against it if they were cautious. The problem was that there were not only monster race and demon sect disciples on the demon continent. In fact, all the cultivators could be regarded as one group. Everyone's common enemy was the demons who had been demonized by the demonic energy. Any cultivator, whether it was a daoist cultivator, monster cultivator, or an ordinary monster beast, once they were accidentally invaded by the demonic energy and couldn't resist the invasion of the demonic energy, they would be demonized by the demonic energy and become a demonic creature without any normal thinking. When they saw a living creature with spiritual power, they would instinctively absorb the other's spiritual power to strengthen themselves. There were only two consequences of being absorbed by a demonic creature, either death or becoming a new demonic creature. In fact, the war in the immortal world that started thousands of years later in Yang Chen's previous life was to deal with more powerful demons. It was just that Yang Chen didn't know if these demonic creatures were related to the demons. After some powerful demonic creatures died, the demonic energy of their whole body would condense into a demonic bead. After the demonic bead was processed to remove the demonic energy in it, it was the best medicine for cultivators to promote their cultivation, even better than medicinal materials such as thousand-year-old ginseng. It must be known that before the demonic creatures were demonized, they had good strength. The demonic bead was almost another way of condensing the essence of life and cultivation, which was of great benefit to cultivators. The stronger the demonic creature, the higher the level of the condensed demonic bead, and the better the effect. Of course, It was best to be able to kill in one blow. But once caught in a bitter battle, it would definitely be a disaster for cultivators. Chapter 993. The way the demonic creatures fought was completely different from the thinking of normal people. Generally, the demonic creatures always appeared in groups. If you are surrounded by several demonic creatures, and you don't have the means to kill the other party quickly or escape, in addition to being attacked by the demonic creatures, you also have to resist the invasion of the demonic energy. No matter how high your cultivation base is, you will die with hatred. Therefore, this method advocated by Yang Chen was definitely the most suitable way after arriving at the demon continent. It was not only useful for establishing a foothold in the early stage, but even for the veterans who have survived here for a long time, it was also applicable. Of course, after getting used to it, everyone would naturally develop their own way of doing things. Each method is extremely suitable for fighting and survival, and there will never be another direction. This is not the same as what our sect knows. Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan obviously had more doubts. What Yang Chen said was completely different from what some people in the sect who had been to the demon continent and returned alive said. Which one should they listen to? The demonic energy is constantly spreading, but it is temporarily restricted to the demon continent. There is no particularly good way to suppress it now. Yang Chen explained very seriously, in order not to cause unnecessary panic, the entire demon continent is sealed by a formation, and there are only a few entrances. And everyone who enters the demon continent will be forced to make a great heart oath that they must not disclose the true situation on the demon continent to outsiders in any way. For this reason, the masters who arranged the sealing formation at the beginning have unified a set of lies, so that the masters who return from the demon continent can cope with the questioning of others. Yang Chen explained quickly, generally, the masters who go back alive will have a good future, and will never use their own lives to fulfill a sect in this matter. These things were learned by Yang Chen from a dying master in the spiritual world. The master had experienced the experience of the demon continent. He had always been tight-lipped until he met a great enemy in the spiritual world and was dying. Only then did he say this to Yang Chen. Yang Chen only knew a little about it, and didn't even know what the demonic qi was, so he only had this concept, but the real situation of the demon continent was still very vague. It could almost be said that he didn't understand the real demon continent at all. Listening to Yang Chen's words, the four women were a little stunned. What kind of person could set up a formation that could seal a continent in such a big way without letting the leaders of Haotian Taoism, including the Taishanmen, know about it? Could it be another unknown force? In this regard, Yang Chen was not very clear. He could only know everything after going to the demon continent in person. However, some survival methods had to be instilled in the four girls in advance, so that they would not suffer when the time came. When you enter the demon continent, you will face cruel killing. After Yang Chen waited for everyone to digest it, he continued, the demons are everyone's common enemy, but our enemies are not only demons, but also countless cultivators who will do anything to snatch the devilish bead. Each devilish bead is equivalent to a few years or even decades of hard work. No one will not be tempted. The reason why the masters who can go back alive have a good future is because of the existence of the devilish bead. No matter how poor a person's aptitude is, when he uses this kind of cultivation that is almost equivalent to the accumulation of time, he can always become a master of a generation. Coupled with the strong combat awareness, he will become a peerless master 100%. Devilish bead is such a heaven-defying thing, how can no one know about it? Shishanshan was very concerned about improving her cultivation, and immediately asked the key point, if we can find a lot of devilish beads, can our cultivation be greatly improved? In theory, yes. Yang Chen directly gave an affirmative answer, however, I don't recommend you do this. In addition, there are not many opportunities to get the devilish bead. Not every demon will condense the devilish bead after death. Only demons that are strong to a certain extent will have the devilish bead after death, and they can't fight too much before they die. Yang Chen is not clear for the time being about what kind of cultivation base a demon needs to condense the devilish bead, but he also knows that the chance to get the devilish bead is probably 1 in 10,000, which is very difficult. As for why Yang Chen doesn't recommend the girls to take the devilish bead, there is another reason. For cultivators whose cultivation aptitude is not very outstanding, using these external objects to improve their cultivation base is a faster way than their own cultivation. But for talented disciples like Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue, this is not a good idea. No matter how good the external power is, it is always better than the power of their own cultivation. Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue have made a big name for themselves in their previous life, and they have suppressed countless masters who have experienced the experience of the demon continent, relying on this. For Yang Chen's current 4 wives, they came here to gain experience, that is, they really came here to gain experience. As for other gains, they don't have to worry too much about it for the time being. This is also what Yang Chen said at the beginning: to understand what their main purpose is, to give up the trivial things, they should give up. The 4 women finally understood Yang Chen's good intentions and began to treat it carefully. The experience along the way was also completely in accordance with the method taught by Yang Chen: 1 strike and then leave, never stop. Most importantly, they should be able to quickly judge the strength of the opponent in this blow, and then make further choices. This was the real point. While practicing this fighting style, the 4 girls consciously fought on their own. Everyone knew in their hearts that the 5 people could not be together forever, and it was not a good thing for anyone to always live under the protection of Yang Chen's wings. This point, the 4 women understood, and Yang Chen himself also understood. And although the women were very harmonious when they were together, there was not necessarily no competition in their hearts. At least Yang Chen knew that Sun Qingxue and Shashanshan were united against Gao Yugong Sunling, and there would also be some friendly competition between Sun Qingxue and Shashanshan, and between Gao Yugong Sunling. No one was convinced to be overwhelmed by others, so naturally they worked hard and competed in secret. There were a lot of joint attack practice on weekdays, but the frequency of each person going out alone was not low. No one wanted to see others better than themselves. They were cultivation geniuses themselves. After being pointed out by Yang Chen, although the cultivation of the 4 women did not directly improve, their combat effectiveness rose sharply. He believed that those guys who could compete with the women before they set off would definitely die very ugly against the 4 women at this moment. In the training of the women, the demon continent finally appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 994. From the Tao sects of the Central Plains to the demon continent, it had been 13 years of drifting on the sea, and everyone finally saw the shadow of the demon continent in front of them. Even without judgment, everyone knew that this must be the demon continent. Before they got close, they could detect the restriction of the formation. 100 miles away, they heard the warning sound. 100 miles ahead, the demon continent, 9 out of 10, turn back quickly. A majestic but not annoying voice very seriously repeated the above 4 sentences, as if to warn the approaching people, where is this place? Finally arriving at the destination, all the women were looking forward to it. They didn't know what the demon continent was like, and what kind of challenges they would encounter. During these 13 years, the women honed themselves all the way at sea. They encountered countless sea beasts of the Yuanying and Daching stage, and even once they almost bumped into the territory of a sea beast that was crossing its tribulation. If Yang Chen hadn't discovered it early and used the overturning sea jasper lamp to shield his spiritual awareness and speed up, he might have been led into the range of the tribulation and was attacked by the tribulation. There were battles almost every day, and they had to escape every day. Even most of the time, Yang Chen would drive the shuttle a little further away to observe, until the women or one of the wives ended the battle or escaped the attack range of the sea beast, then he would take them into the shuttle. When they arrived here, the women's combat experience was already extremely rich. In other words, their experience in protecting themselves was also extremely rich. It was better to practice in advance at sea than to practice after facing the demonic creatures. When they were almost 10 miles away from the coast, there was a voice telling everyone which direction to go to avoid being attacked by the formation. Yang Chen didn't show off, he honestly followed the instructions of the voice and circled along the coastline for almost thousands of miles before he came to a portal that could enter the demon continent. It was really a huge portal, and he didn't know who made it. The huge stone with a height of several tens of feet was carved with dragons and phoenixes, which was extremely exquisite. When everyone appeared, put away the shuttle and entered the portal, they were like 5 small ants under the huge arched portal. Everyone's spiritual awareness couldn't explore the door at all, and they couldn't even see the scene inside the door. All the way along the coastline for thousands of miles, it was the same situation. At sea, they didn't know what the situation was like on the demon continent. As soon as they entered the huge arched door, Yang Chen was slightly stunned. Inside the arched door was a huge square that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. On the other side of the plaza was a slightly smaller door. But at this moment, the door was tightly shut, and no one knew when it would open again. At this moment, there were over 100 cultivators scattered around the huge square. There were humans and demons, and each of them had formed a few small groups that were scattered in various directions. When they saw someone enter, they all looked up. Before the 4 women entered the door, they had already covered their faces with veils, but their graceful and perfect figures still attracted many covetous gazes. This veil was refined by Yang Chen when the women were practicing on the sea. While covering their faces, it did not affect their vision at all. It was very suitable for the 4 women to use. The people sitting in the square didn't talk much. They were scattered in groups, and everyone's eyes seemed to be on guard. Their spiritual awareness could already be used, but no one would easily explore it. With so many people gathered here, it was no less than provocation to easily use their spiritual awareness to explore. Everyone was sitting and waiting in the square, and Yang Chen was of course no exception. He directly found a direction with fewer people, walked to the edge with the 4 women, and then occupied this corner and sat down. Almost everyone in the square looked straight at Yang Chen's group of 5 walking over there. Some guys looked at the 4 women's attractive figures and seemed to have begun to drool. However, no one spoke, no one moved, everyone just watched. It was a young man who had been sitting in a corner. When he saw Yang Chen and his party, his eyes lit up. When Yang Chen and others sat down, he stood up and walked towards Yang Chen's side. One person's action immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes followed the young man's action all the way until he stopped 2 feet away from Yang Chen's family. The entrance and exit door opens once a month, and this place will open in 3 days. Before opening the door, no one is allowed to fight here. The young man was very handsome, and he didn't look tough at all. He was also at the early nascent soul stage, and he didn't seem to be a threat at all. "Thank you for telling me." Yang Chen thanked the other party. "I'm Yang Chen Risheng, I don't know your name." Being in the demon continent, Yang Chen also had an extra eye and didn't tell the other party's true identity. "I'm Li Cheng." The young man also returned the salute, but his eyes turned to the 4 women. "These are a few of my friends." Yang Chen casually introduced to Li Cheng, "Han Mai, Liu Yun, Shui Wu, Bai Xia. We plan to come here together this time to gain experience." Yang Chen used a fake name himself, and naturally would not tell the other party the true fate of the 4 women. The demon continent was insidious and treacherous, and it was necessary to guard against others. "Good aptitude." Li Cheng cupped his hands at the women, whispered a word, and then turned to leave. But before leaving, he whispered to the crowd, "Maybe we will meet again in the future." Watching Li Cheng return to his original corner, Yang Chen discovered that Li Cheng was alone. It was very rare to see a person come to the demon continent to gain experience, but Yang Chen soon found that he was a little strange. Among the hundreds of people around them, at least 3 of them were sitting alone. Those 3 guys seemed to be at the middle and late nascent soul stage, and at a glance, one could see their toughness. Even if he didn't know them, he knew that they must have been honed in some difficult places. Although there was no murderous aura released from their bodies, the fierce smell could be found no matter how far away. Among the more than 100 people in the square, there were only a few Jedan stage masters, and the rest were nascent soul stage masters, but it seemed that so many people added up were not as fierce as these 3 guys. Most people's eyes were always focused on the 3 masters, intentionally or unintentionally. In this regard, the 3 people were simply dismissive, sitting on their own as if they were not affected at all. After some observation, even the eyes of the 4 women began to sweep over the 3 people, but Yang Chen's attention was always on Li Cheng, who had just come to speak. Chapter 995. Li Cheng's performance didn't seem to be anything special. Strictly speaking, he was just a little enthusiastic and came over to tell Yang Chen the day to open the door. Judging from the realm that he revealed, Li Cheng was just in the early yuanying stage, and he was not a threat to most people here. And looking at the kind of tender and enthusiastic appearance that he showed, it was easy to be ignored by everyone. Gao Yu Gong Sunling, Shishanshan, and Sun Qingxue were carefully observing everyone in the square. Although these people may be in the same camp after they go in, no one can guarantee that there will be no other thoughts inside. The four women were very defensive in their hearts. Soon, the four women found that Yang Chen seemed to be paying attention to Li Cheng intentionally or unintentionally, and they were all puzzled about it. They wanted to ask, but this was not the place, so they could only hold their doubts in their hearts. Li Cheng didn't give people an outstanding feeling, but Yang Chen always felt a little strange, but for a while, he couldn't find out what was strange. Many cultivators who came here to gain experience may have been misled by people, thinking that this was a place for killing each other. Before coming to this square, they had been listening to the guidance of the mysterious voice. In the square, everyone was waiting for the door to open, and it was still safe for the time being. However, as the time to open the door approached, some people began to have some unnecessary thoughts. There was still an hour before the door would open, and the people in the square were no longer sitting honestly and began to walk around. "Kid, come here alone, be careful not to lose your life. Join us, and we will guarantee your safety, how about it? You few little Jed on stage also dare to come to the demon continent. If you want to live, be my slaves, this old man can take care of you." First of all, the few people who were alone and the few Jed on stage cultivators were threatened by the gangs of several people around them. Of course, the three who seemed fierce did not dare to do so, they just targeted Li Cheng and a few small groups of 1 or 2 people. When Yang Chen thought he would stay out of it for the time being, someone put his mind on him. To be exact, it was on the women around him. Right now, 10 people were walking toward Yang Chen. All of them were nascent soul cultivators, both men and women. The core was a very handsome man who looked very dashing. There were also 4 women beside the man. However, it was obvious that they were either his concubines or servants. They seemed to be very attached to the man. One of them even stayed in the man's arms. The remaining 5 looked very fierce. They were either the man's bodyguards or servants. Facing Yang Chen was a brawny man with his arms crossed in front of his chest. "My young master has taken a liking to your friends and wants to invite them to train together." When the burly man spoke, his face was almost raised to the sky. He only used his chin to look at people with disdain. "Liu San, be polite. Don't scare the ladies." The young master's voice came from behind the strong man, and he instructed him casually. A strong man in the nascent soul stage was called such a vulgar name as Liu San. He only had a surname and no given name, which was replaced by a number. Obviously, he was a servant. "Yes, young master." The strong man hurriedly bowed and answered. Then he leaned forward and whispered viciously in a voice that only Yang Chen could hear, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better be honest. Otherwise, I'll let you die an ugly death. Go away." Yang Chen's eyes squinted at the strong man and shouted. The strong man was stunned, and then a cruel light appeared in his eyes. A ferocious smile also appeared on his face. "Good, kid, you have guts. My young master likes people like you the most. He especially likes to torture you in front of the women he likes. If you don't want to die now, get out of here." Yang Chen snorted coldly again. This time, the strong man smiled ferociously again and stepped aside. Immediately, the young master walked over with the woman in his arms. "Take off your veils. Let me see what kind of beautiful faces you have." The arrogant voice of the young master sounded, but this time he was facing the 4 women directly and did not pay attention to Yang Chen at all. The 4 women did not raise their heads and ignored the young master who came out of nowhere. There was no other way. The territory of the mortal world was too big, and the Dao sect only occupied a small piece of territory. Countless cultivators were distributed in the vast territory, so it was normal to not know where they came from. Good cauldron. The young master did not care. He just looked at the 4 women unscrupulously as if he was admiring goods and praised them. The woman in his arms was a little unwilling, but the young master did not care. He just tightened his arms and his face changed slightly. The woman in his arms did not dare to say anything more and could only lean her head on the young master's arms with grievance. She had long been used to the young master's problem of being fickle. It was nothing more than fighting for favor. The four cold women, even if they were favored for a while, they could not compete with her. The four women still ignored him, but the young master smiled indifferently. He had seen many women like this. At first, they ignored him, but when they really knew how good he was, they could no longer let go. The four women around him were proof. Liu San. The young master looked at the four women and shouted at the strong man just now. Liu San is here, young master. Liu San immediately replied loudly. Kill him as soon as he enters the door. The young master dropped a sentence, then walked to the door with the woman in his arms. Liu San responded in a low voice, then shook his head left and right, and two strong men about the same size as Liu San stood on the left and right sides of Yang Chen, looking at Yang Chen as if looking at a dead man. The people in the square had already discussed almost at this moment, and those who should make a decision had already made a decision. They were clearly divided into several groups, a few fewer than at the beginning. The portal to enter the demon continent was finally opened in the expectation of everyone. Then, several groups that were close to it walked in first. Then it was the guys who were alone. Later, the young master and his concubines and servants also walked into the portal with a laugh. On the square, after a while, only Yang Chen's family of 5 was left. At this time, they slowly got up and walked towards the door. Are you ready? At the side of the door, Yang Chen asked the 4 women. Yes. The 4 women nodded and replied in unison. Let's go. Yang Chen laughed and took the lead in stepping into the portal. The 4 women followed closely and all entered the demon continent. Boy, die. Liu San's familiar voice sounded directly in everyone's ears. Chapter 996. Several rays of light rushed straight to Yang Chen. They did not give Yang Chen any time to prepare at all. They intended to take Yang Chen's life as soon as they came up. It seemed that the people around the young master were swift and decisive guys. They didn't talk nonsense and directly killed him, neat and tidy. Yang Chen stood in the same place as if he was scared silly, motionless. Seeing that the 3 sword lights were about to fall on Yang Chen's body, suddenly there were 3 rays of light beside Yang Chen, blocking the flying sword. It was Gaou, Sun Qingxue, and Shishanshan at the same time, each blocking a sword. Immediately afterward, 3 beautiful figures rushed out and fought with Liu San and the others who rushed up. Gong Sunling quickly stood in front of Yang Chen, as if she was Yang Chen's personal bodyguard. She looked around like a tiger, not daring to relax at all. The young master, who was waiting to watch the show not far away, directly turned into a sluggish state at this moment. What is this situation? A man hiding behind a few women? It turned out that these women were not Yang Chen's concubines, but bodyguards. Thinking about the women around him, all of them were cultivation furnaces, and their cultivation was a little lower than his. Asking them to be bodyguards was simply courting death. Compared with the women around Yang Chen, it seemed that the people around him were a lot worse. After killing this annoying kid, Yang Chen, this time, he must subdue these women who seemed to have good qualifications. They could be cauldrons and bodyguards. Just thinking about it made him feel cool. Be careful, don't hurt these girls. The young master suddenly thought of a problem and quickly reminded loudly. If Liu San and the others were to disregard everything and hurt these girls, it would really be a pity. When he thought of the beautiful figures of the 4 women, the young master was more and more looking forward to their beautiful faces under the veil. In any case, he couldn't let Liu San and the others destroy this wonderful feeling. What responded to him was not the familiar voice of Liu San shouting yes, young master, but a bloody head flying straight to him. Just immersed in the wonderful fantasy, the young master did not pay attention to the battle. He was very confident in the ability of Liu San and the others. You must know that these guys had killed more than one master of the late Yuanying stage in his territory. Yang Chen and the others were all in the early Yuanying stage, so it was not a problem at all. However, the bloody heads destroyed all of his beautiful fantasies. Decapitating a few delicate girls while they were still alive was not a good thing. It was too much of a spoiler. The young master was about to sweep the head away with a flick of his sleeve, so that he wouldn't see what he shouldn't see, but suddenly his eyes widened and he looked at the flying head incredulously. The head of a beautiful woman couldn't be so ugly. On the head that kept rolling, the two big eyes that died with injustice, coupled with the shocked expression on the face, perfectly stopped the expression of the owner of the head at the moment of death, at the moment of decapitation. Those eyes were so familiar. Their owner had been by his side for no less than 100 years. At this time, the young master reacted. The head turned out to be the head of Liu San that he had just ordered. The woman in his arms also saw the head clearly and screamed in horror. They were all promoted to the yuanying stage by the young master with a secret method and various medicinal pills. Where did they have any combat experience? They used to watch the young master's people kill people, but now their own people were killed. It was the first time. Looking at the familiar person's head, several women screamed in horror. With the blood drops that kept falling in the air, it was as if a scene of a horror film was playing. With the screams of a few women, another head flew up. They were both thrown in the same direction. They were both drenched in blood, and they both died with grievances. "Leave one for me." Gong Sun Ling made a sweet voice on the other side, and through the veil of the face, it reached the ears of all the people present. Of the 3 slaves who started, only one was left who had been seriously injured by Sun Qingxue and was about to be beheaded. His opponent, Sun Qingxue, was just about to make a move. When she heard the cry of Gong Sunling, she flew up and kicked the unlucky guy to the front of Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling was not polite and quickly received the seriously injured guy into the mountain river geographical map. This neat action, anyone could imagine the kind of smiling expression under the veil of Gong Sunling. A yuanying stage master suddenly disappeared without a trace, and suddenly everyone was shocked. The remaining 2 servants of the young master hurriedly blocked in front of the young master, shielding the young master and his woman behind them, and looked at Yang Chen and his party in horror. "How can you be killed so quickly? It's a pity." Gong Suanling's voice sounded again. It was very beautiful. Just listening to her voice, one could imagine how beautiful the face behind the veil was. But on this occasion, Gong Suanling's natural voice made people involuntarily feel creepy. A group of onlookers looked at Gong Sunling as if they were looking at a man-eating demon. Being decapitated and dying without a whole body, it was already a terrible way to die, but in front of this girl with a beautiful voice and a good figure, it seemed that even this couldn't be done. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. It was not like he disappeared out of thin air, but he was received into a space magic weapon. The delicate little girl was not afraid of what kind of damage a master in the late yuanying stage would cause to her space magic weapon. This could only explain one thing, that was, she completely ate that guy. Taking people away would never make them eat and drink well, everyone knew this. So, what would happen to the poor guy? They could guess 1 or 2 things. Even killing people was a pity. The future of the guy who was alive might not be as good as dead. Many people were waiting here with the idea of watching a show. The scene in the square just now was not something that no one had seen. People had the habit of watching a good show, especially watching this kind of show. They could roughly estimate the strength of the 2 sides. For the guys who may become their future opponents, everyone wanted to pay attention to them. However, half of the people felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. The 3 women who rushed out of Yang Chen's side, their moves were simply more ruthless than the other. Almost in the blink of an eye, the outcome was already clear. The first was Shashanshan, followed by Gaou. After the other party only made a sword move, she used a strange movement and sword technique to behead them mercilessly. His moves were steady, accurate, and ruthless, causing people to be shocked. Chapter 997. After 13 years of practicing with those ferocious sea beasts on the sea, the 4 women's current fighting style was almost instinctive. If they didn't move, once they moved, it would be fatal and merciless. If it weren't for Gong Suanling's timely shout, wanting the mountain river geographical map to accept 1 more yuanying stage master, the last guy would definitely be beheaded by Sun Qingxue. From this battle, it could basically be seen what the cultivation of the 3 women were. Shashanshan had no distractions, her combat effectiveness was the most powerful, and she was the first to kill her opponent. After Gaou successfully refined the dragon horn flying sword, coupled with the simultaneous cultivation of water and fire, she was almost at the same time as Shashanshan, there was only a line of difference. Only Sun Qingxue was not ruthless enough. Although she hit her opponent hard, she had not perfectly achieved a one-hit kill. Of course, this was related to the cultivation base and the opponent. After a few confrontations, the 3 powerful slaves that the young master had relied on became 2 corpses and 1 was missing. It was clear that the losers were 3 in the late Yuanying stage, and the 3 women who won were only in the early Yuanying stage. This result shocked everyone who saw this scene. The young master was already a little panicked. He couldn't have imagined that the women he wanted to take over as furnaces were so powerful. If he had known this, he wouldn't have provoked them. Now, his 3 most powerful subordinates have been lost. How could the remaining 2 be the opponents of the 3 women? The 4 women were just the playthings of the young master. Participating in the battle was not enough to send food. Only the young master himself had some combat effectiveness, but there was also Gong Sunling and Yang Chen who did not fight from the beginning. At this time, even a fool could see that Gong Sunling was definitely a master of the same level as Shishanshan, Gaou, and Sun Qingxue. Which force came out of these 4 female masters? How could they be so terrifying? Gaou, Shishanshan, and Sun Qingxue, none of the 3 women took back the flying sword and slowly walked towards the young master from 3 directions. Gong Sunling didn't want to be left behind, so she stepped forward to face him. Although the 4 women's faces were covered by veils, the killing intent in their eyes was as obvious as a torch in the dark night. I think we might have had a misunderstanding. The young master stammered as he spoke. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, he was more pleading. I am the young master of the trapped Dragon Valley. I have offended you before. I hope that seniors will be magnanimous and let me off this time. In order to survive, the young master of the trapped Dragon Valley didn't even care about his face. He was a late nascent soul stage expert, and he directly called a few early nascent soul stage cultivators seniors. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Be it in terms of age or cultivation, he should be the senior of Yang Chen and the others, but now it was the other way around. However, no one around them laughed out loud when they heard this. When faced with the terror of life and death, it was understandable to lose one's composure. However, no one felt any sympathy for the young master. What was the purpose of coming to the demon continent? In order to carry out killing experience, like the young master, who came with his concubines and servants, clearly regarded the demon continent as a good place to play. Relying on the power of his family, he didn't take a cruel place like the demon continent seriously. He deserved to die. This kind of person will die here sooner or later. It was only the difference between early and late death. Early death and early reincarnation. Now he was killed by Yang Chen and the others, so as not to cause trouble for others in the future. There was not only a similar battle. From the beginning of entering the door, there had been several waves of people fighting separately, but Yang Chen's side was the first wave to determine the outcome so quickly. This is the demon continent. Yang Chen had been standing there without making a move, but at this moment, he opened his mouth and said. This sentence had already announced the death penalty of these people. To gain experience in the demon continent, one must be prepared to die at any time. Since they are here, those who are not prepared will only die. The difference is that Yang Chen and the others will make a move, or the demonic creatures will make a move, or others will make a move. That's all. The result will not be any different. The 4 women well showed the results of training on the sea, swarmed up, and faced with the already frightened opponents, they were merciless. Even if the other party already knew the power of the 4 women and were strictly on guard, they only persisted a few more than the previous 3 people. The young master and the 2 servants, without any accident, fell under the swords of the women, leaving the 4 beautiful concubines shivering on the side. Seeing the cold eyes of the 4 women looking at them, the 4 women knelt directly on the ground in fear and kept pleading. Gong Sunling stepped forward directly, and with a wave of her hand, the 4 women who did not dare to resist were received into the Mountain River geographical map. Although these 4 women's combat effectiveness was poor, and it could even be said that they had no combat effectiveness at all, they were also Yuanying stage cultivators. As long as they breathed and refined their qi in the Mountain River geographical map, they could increase the power of the Mountain River geographical map. Although this method was cruel, it was better than killing them. It was better to live than to die, wasn't it? 10 people, 10 Yuanying stage cultivators. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 corpses with their heads separated, and the other 5 disappeared without a trace. This scene made the people around feel a little scared. Yang Chen's group of 5, no one dared to despise them because of their early Yuanying stage cultivation base, but many people cast a frightened look. They believed that after this episode, at least these people who had just come in, no one would dare to easily hit them. Li Cheng, who had been staying here to watch the excitement, came forward at this moment, gave Yang Chen a thumbs up, smiled and praised, "Brother Yang is really amazing." The people were killed by the 4 women, but Li Cheng gave Yang Chen a thumbs up, which made people feel very comfortable. However, Yang Chen did not underestimate this Li Cheng in the slightest. In his eyes, no matter how powerful those fierce guys were, he could always see through the strength of the other party. But this Li Cheng was a bit unpredictable. On the surface, he only had the strength of the early Yuanying stage, but when Yang Chen faced Li Cheng, he always had a feeling of fear, as if he was instinctively afraid of something. This was a feeling that Yang Chen had never felt before. Even when he faced the sect master of the Shentian sect in his previous life, the other party could turn Yang Chen into ashes with a wave of his hand. Yang Chen did not have such fear. However, Yang Chen could not find any abnormalities with Li Cheng. This fear of the unknown was the most frightening thing. Fortunately, now Li Cheng seemed to have no malice to Yang Chen. He just said hello and left quickly. Yang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes turned to the world behind the door, and for the first time began to seriously look at the legendary demon continent.